Voting has begun. Well, yesterday was maybe one of the most eventful days, and it really piggybacks on what I was talking about, how it's weird that with Randy, every stream seems to have a theme around it that is random, but it's weird how many events of that thing happen. 2 days ago, it was disease, just disease nonstop. We could not get ahead. We kept getting killed down to a single pawn because of disease, over and over. We had Misfortune's character have 3 diseases, somehow managed to survive that, and then have 3 diseases again and die of starvation. Crazy. Anyway, yesterday was fire. We lost people to fire yesterday. Fire and EMI devices. Multiple EMI devices, they're still up, and the entire jungle burned down 1.5 times. Crazy. I don't know how this run's still going. I don't know if I want it to be still going, but it is still going. Are you going to destroy our second base today? Oh my god, the story of Hystaric's character. This is shaping up to be a story about Hystaric. Honestly. We have now been at the second and third colony for as long as the first colony existed before it fell. Which is kind of insane. If we go back and look at this chart here, there's when our like 90,000 colony fell. We have now been in the second colony longer than this. So now we have to ask ourselves, have we advanced to a point where if starting over, we would already be past this stage? The answer is probably yes. So we probably would have been better off restarting. However, the third base actually is looking like a real base. We do have 3 elephants. We have 4 characters. They're not great, but they are pawns nonetheless. Back at this base, they're doing all right as well. The main story at this base is that there is an EMI device up here in the top right that we cannot take care of. So right now we're trying to tame some animals for attack, and we're going to send them up here to attack the turrets. See if that works. At the very least, we're hoping some of the shots from the turrets hit the little turrets that don't have a lot of HP. They blow up, causing a chain reaction to at least get rid of the little turrets. But I don't know. And then this one is being hit by an off-site EMI device, so they don't have electricity at all anyway, but they can't even get it because of EMI at this one that is at a pirate base, which we can't really take care of. We have started growing anima grass at this base finally, and we're up to 11. We have 2 different people that will be able to consume that. But yeah, yesterday the entire jungle, literally the entire jungle burned down because, for anyone that doesn't know, if you have a forced weather event, it no longer forces rain to put out fires. So we had a dry thunderstorm, whatever it was, flash storm, light some of the jungle on fire, and we had forced fog for 15, 14 days, whatever. And so the rain didn't come, and it literally burned the entire jungle. Every single tree gone. Most of our base gone. It also killed Ink Boy in a roundabout way. It's just... This base has been through chaos. We literally rebuilt this base with 0 people. But Adam, how can you rebuild with 0? I don't know, but we did it. Hystaric came in on a quest by themselves, being chased by 41 raccoons. Here we are. Alexander, feeling festive. Must be Christmas. Thank you for staying with those channel points. Cree, welcome in. How's it going, Narth? Pilotwash dead.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Hystaric. 30 months. Please don't say I can't believe the third base is still alive again today, Adam. I can't believe this third base is still alive. Yeah, I looked at that clip, which was ridiculous as well, where, cleaning off my mouse, where I was like, I can't believe this is still alive and nothing else has happened, and then it's like, I shouldn't have said that, because every time I do, we get attacked immediately, and then we immediately get hit with an EMI mech cluster. Why do I say things? I don't know, but thank you, Hystaric. So one thing I do want to do at this base would to approach the turrets from the bottom. I think you'd be able to build it with line of sight. Well, there's a couple reasons why. One, that's pretty close to the edge of the map. So if we did that, and they build, if they end up building in a direction or the turret can hit them, and and they get unlucky and get hit, they're down, and we run into a lot of trouble. It's near the edge of the map, so if a raid or something happens, they can get hit right away. I don't really like staying out at the edge of the map for long periods of time. It's just risky in a lot of different ways. I don't really think we can build a... Like, we could actually approach from this way. But as it is now, all we need is a raid, a visitor group, or a manhunter to come through this area. And they'll take it out for us. But it's okay. I mean, it's not killing us. It's just... I'm going to stay safe. We're going to wait. We'll take care of it in the safest way we can. And all it's really doing right now is halting our research. So, sucks, but it's not like end of the world sort of thing. We can still produce food, and we don't use turrets anyway. The only other time this would really be a big deal is if we have a heat wave. So now that I've said that, we probably will. All right, we have this quest here. We got to protect him for how many more days? 13 days. He's got blood rot. Just research. So Inversa Kill, welcome in. Should you work more or watch more on weekdays? You think has really lowered your chances of traders coming through? Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. I was thinking about that as well. Which is one reason why I'm thinking that we should send this. Oh yeah, it's loaded up. We were getting this ready to send off. So I'm thinking we send it to the purple guys here. Let's go, by the way, Emerald Dragon. It looks like they're within range, so I think that's what we're gonna do. We just gotta... Yeah, let's just go ahead and do it. Plus 54 with him. Let's go. Let's go on Pretentious. Welcome in. Awesome Chair. Welcome back. Is body armor better than Thrumbo for Duster plus Flak Vest? I don't remember the exact comparison, but I know it depends a little bit on the quality and stuff. But you can always look in game if you know, on the specifics of each one. But it's either comparable or better depending on the quality of both. But the Duster plus Flak Vest oftentimes is way easier to get, way cheaper, and almost as good in most cases in general, I believe. But yeah, I don't remember the exact numbers. All right, let's send that. But yeah, it is really good. Thrumbo fur is kind of crazy. All right, now they are neutral, so they'll at least come trade with us. And we'll send them some more stuff at some point as we get it. So another thing I want to do over here, I was thinking about before, I mentioned how we need to make sure at least one of our elephants doesn't die. So I'm going to need to keep one elephant within the walls, even though it's going to eat a lot of our food. But it's just, all right, they have no wood here. But we, the trees just finished growing. So I think we'll be okay. Anyway, we need to keep one of the elephants inside the wall. It's one of our tickets out of this horrible place. Kinda. They're our defensive wall, pretty much. So I'm gonna keep the pregnant elephant inside, even if she eats food. Whatever, it's fine. Let's see. We need to get some of this wood cut so that we can cook. And how are we doing on these animals over here? We don't have a great animal handler. And oh, that's the other thing that happened. So we had an ABASIA auto join, but we had a drop pod raid at this base of mechs inside this wall up here, and then whoops got hit and instantly downed. We got lucky that they didn't just die, but their spine was shattered immediately. We don't have the means to make a new spine at the moment. We'll keep an eye out for one. I was thinking also how last time we had someone's spine destroyed, we checked an Ancient Danger and there just happened to be a spine in there. Does this map have an Ancient Danger? They don't always. Don't always. It's on average they have one Ancient Danger, but we have ran into maps that don't have them. This one does not look like it has one. That's not one, because they don't have doors and the walls are also not damaged on Ancient Dangers by default. I don't think this map has one, so we'll have to rely on trade or like caravanning out or making our own eventually, which is going to take a lot of time. Anyway, whoops is down. Mad Boomalope. Why is it always fire over here? Transport pod crash. Luxembourg. Steadfast, great memory, both good. And capable of dumb labor, 48. Dude, not really the things we're looking for. We're really looking for another builder right now, and I don't like beautiful. It causes a lot of social fights. Dumb labor kind of sucks through that. And they're a member of the Pirates, so we won't get rep for them. Embrace the wooden spine. I wish we could make a wooden spine. Another transport. Oh, at this colony. Okay. Dinah? 50 years old. Tough, super immune. We can save her for rep at least. Let's go in Novra. Welcome in, by the way. Did that Boomalope die yet? That Defoliator Ship is in range. Three Lancers and a Pikeman. I don't know. Chandler, welcome in. Look for dinner. Thank you. Let's go on, Vampiro. You're a pawn. Yeah, you are. You have been for a few days, but so that's actually within range, unfortunately. That's one downside about these smaller maps. This will go 100 tiles. 100 tiles, which is here in a ring. So it's actually going to...
Your steadfast
it's
loyalty
actually not that big of a deal.
Greatly appreciated.
Yeah, they're sleeping. So you can start them in melee, I know, but we only have 5 people. So if anything goes badly, you know, if one goes down, it's holding one in melee, and it gets one shot off. We could have what we had happen yesterday and have someone insta-downed, spine destroyed, or just dead. It'll be fine to leave it here for now. So if we have a trade group or anything come through, we'll wake them up remotely. But yeah, it should be all right now. In fact, we might. Yeah, I think so. 100 tiles is there. So honestly, it's only going to cut like a little bit of this extra rice that we don't really need. So really, we could probably just leave it forever. We'll see though. We'll see how things go. Muzz, thank you for the resub. 13 months. Why, that's almost 1 full year. Thank you, Muzz. Much appreciated. All right. So we need to get wood over here. Get these traps set back up. Let's see. Yeah, we have it set for them to do so. We just gotta give them time. Yeah, we need to go save them for rep now. Unless they already got up. Yeah, they already got up and left, so they're out. We can see their blood trail. Yeah, makes sense. They were tough, and it wasn't super fatal. So, they're gone. Oh well. Alright, we are cooking over here again. We have some traps going. Things are looking alright, this colony, despite all the recent death. Speaking of, are they over all the deaths now? We still have colonists left unburied here because this auto join, but they're almost completely gone. We can actually afford passive cooling now. Stacking an insulting spree. Nice. That's what we need. That'll help us survive, Hystaric. That'll grow your friggin' legs back. Come on. This doesn't help anyone. Vampiro, can you just punch them? Can't burn the corpse, say an incendiary launcher or some Molotovs. Yeah, I know. I tried to do that yesterday with a Boomalope like we did on the previous attempts successfully. I sent the Boomalope up here to die to the turrets. It died. The corpse started getting set on fire, and then it started raining, and it put the fire out. So it's raining again now. We can do it again. I have another Boomalope, but at this stage, it's almost gone, so it's probably not worth. This colony is actually still pretty happy, surprisingly. Interestingly, that is not one of the things that carries over to the other colony. Almost everything else does. Colonists died, sold into slavery, organ harvested at one colony counts as a mood debuff to the other. But these people apparently are not informed of someone being left unburied. Yeah, I did, and it started. Randy was like, no, let me put that out for you. After it wouldn't rain here, and the jungle burned down twice. Let's go on, Ken, welcome in. Vampiro, I need you to just punch Hystaric out. I would have you try to arrest them to solve this and just put them down, but whatever. It's a major break risk. Ambrosia binge. We only have, there's only 3 left. Go for it. Get that catharsis and that ambrosia. Gungar King, welcome in. Yeah, I made a lot of mistakes yesterday too. Like we had a lot of bad things, like crazy things happen that were out of my control, and then I also screwed up several times. Feels bad. I don't know what it is about this run. I've been messing up on this run way more than usual. It's completely purposeful for entertainment value. It's like, you know what? These guys are sick of watching me win 500% no pause. Let's just
we all
throw a
face
few
problems. This one has chosen to embrace them.
Nova. Thank you for continuing the gift sub from Davey, or Turtles and Chill, as he's now known. Thank you, Nova. Very much appreciated. Hours on Grim Dawn, about the game yesterday. I'm telling you, I recommend Grim Dawn to everyone. It's such a good game, and it's never really talked about. I like it better than Paths of Exile. Paths of Exile, of course, is a much faster pace, a different game. I like them both, but yeah, I don't think Grim Dawn gets a lot of the credit it deserves. It's a really good game. It's a lot of fun, and there's so much to do in it. Failing transporter. A shuttle. It's gonna crash at 3. We're gonna do this and just let them die. Wait. I gotta stop doing that. Yeah, I probably shouldn't. Nah, I won't do it. The last thing I need is the Empire getting angry at us. But I've been letting that crash and them die and not saving them so we can just scavenge. A new patch under the belt? Yeah, I'm not gonna play Wolcen though. Not unless it gets taken over by new developers. Honestly, I don't care how good the game gets after what the developers did. So, to each their own. Play it if it's good, but developers were pretty terrible in what they did with Wolcen when it came out. So, yeah, won't be playing that. A shame too. Had high hopes for it. Looked awesome. It was fun to play for a little bit until you realize that most of the game didn't do anything. That's not even what I'm talking about the developers. Are the DLCs worth it? I would say all of them aside from the Crucible are worth getting right away. So Ashes of Malmuth is probably the biggest one, and it adds an additional act to the end of the game. So getting Malmuth added a complete extra act on each difficulty. The other DLC adds a new area, but it's an earlier area, not an in-game. And it adds new classes. They're both worth it. Crucible is fine. Some people like it. For me, it wasn't that fun. It's just an arena type thing where you fight waves of monsters, and that's all it is. It's good for getting loot, but it does get kind of old. It's the same every time, pretty much. It's usually cheap. But the other 2 DLCs add a lot to Grim Dawn, yeah. So for anyone that doesn't know, some of the things that Wolcen developers did. How's it going, Ink Boy? Welcome in. Wolcen was released and full released, and much of the game didn't do anything on the skill tree. Literally, people tested it and went in and found out that things in the skill tree just didn't do anything. It would tell you it did something, and if you clicked it, it didn't do anything at all. It just wasn't programmed. It was just text, literally not in the game. And then other ones were completely bugged, decimals in the wrong place, so things did a lot of things. All right, that's a little bit forgivable. Shouldn't have released the game. It should have been early access or something, beta, so you could have said that. So whatever, that happened. But one of the big ones was that the game was super bugged, and they were banning people for using the bugs. It was super bugged. So there was basically an infinite money glitch. So in that game, gold is kind of important for progression in a way. And one of the things you can sell, these gems were sold for a lot. However, their stash and everything was so bugged that if you split any number of gems from a stack to move them, let's say to use the gem, it would duplicate the stack. It would multiply the stack. And they were banning people for using it. And it's like, you left this bug in there in this single player game. People are using it, and it was like an always online type thing at the time. I don't know if it still is. They started banning people in a single player game that were using a duplication glitch that you could do on accident. No, we're talking about Wolcen. And I don't know. There was a lot of other things. You can look into it if you want. I'm sure you can find articles about Wolcen, terrible release, etc. And you'll go in more details, but really crazy what the developers are doing. And it's unfortunate because I was really looking forward to it. It played pretty well, aside from half the game not actually being text and not actually doing anything. Same thing happened in Diablo 3. I don't remember Diablo. I had Diablo 3's problem on release was the real money auction house, but I actually enjoyed it on release too. And I don't remember skills literally not doing anything, or like an accident. So rather than Wolcen on release. Oh yeah, I agree. Me and my wife played tons of Diablo 3. Made $5,000 on the real money auction house. Yeah, that was the problem with Diablo 3. Release. It was extremely hard, which I actually liked. Hell mode, Inferno, whatever, was super difficult. But the downside is people would use money to get items to try to beat it. But people doing gems for golds. Fire dead. Well, I mean, yeah, Diablo's always had glitches for dupes and stuff. But this one was, you could completely do this on accident easily. I did it on accident on stream when I was trying out Wolcen. I literally had a stack of gems. I wanted to use just one of them. So I shift clicked a single one off of it. And when I placed that shift click of one in my inventory, it had duplicated the whole stack. And I was like, you can get banned for accidentally doing that on release. And it was very easy to do. Like, there was no weird requirement. Literally just splitting a stack duplicated the whole stack. But anyway, they released game. Terrible. Oh, I don't know that those are going. There's only 5 of them. No. Like I said, you can look up the Wolcen thing and it'll go into more detail, I'm sure. So these ones were too far down to get hit by that. So they spawned here. These ones will actually go up and around. Oh, there's 3 groups. And there's usually always some kind of glitch or something in those ARPGs to dupe items. But I've never known of another developer to literally ban you for accidentally doing it. Are these sappers? We got sappers yesterday for the first time in a long time. No, they just saw animals go through. Okay. First group is done. They don't stay in range of that long enough, so unfortunate. For the garage, yeah, I actually liked it. A lot of people complain about the difficulty of Diablo 3 on release. I think the problem, like Inferno was really crazy. The real money auction house was a problem because a lot of people, instead of doing that grind to try to get through an act in Inferno, which I really liked it. I really liked that there was a level of it that was really difficult and you actually had to do mechanics or you died and you actually had to get gear before you went on to the next act. That was really fun. I thought there was an actual progression, not just blow through every act. However, the real money auction house made it so people could literally pay to win and just buy the items they needed to progress the next act instead. So there came the problem, yeah. That was about Diablo, yep. I really like, I know Diablo 3 still got a lot of crap unreleased just because of how hard Inferno was as well, but real money auction house I can agree with. That was not a great idea, but I liked the game itself. Teetotaler ugly. Ascetic quick sleeper 19 arts. Trappy, annoying voice, slothful, jeez. Yeah, no, these are really what I'm wanting. So they tried to make point and click. Wow. Understanding, spend IRL money on stuff. Yeah, I mean, to each their own. You know, we've had the discussion too before about how there's people that will spend like literally $10,000 a month on Candy Crush or on like Raid Shadow Legends, but it's like $10,000 is different to everyone. Who knows? Like, so those people that are spending that, obviously they have a lot of money, but that could be like a drop in the bucket. So as long as like they're not ruining their life and starving their children or something to get the money to do it, I don't care. I'm not gonna do it, but whatever. Spent 2,000 Canadian on a gas game before in a year. Candy Crush still a thing? It is, yeah. I see ads for it all the time. $75 move to the next act, make it a lot content pointless. Yeah. Also, the addition to Soulbound items, Soulbound plus the real money auction house. Man, that was a combination. Oh yeah, we don't have anyone over here anymore that's psycho or anything. You get that rebuilt. Still a big thing, yeah. Still makes a lot of money. Never played a mobile game? Lost solitaire counts or Tetris? I have nothing inherently against them, you know. I don't usually play them either, but I did play Raid Shadow Legends for quite a while. I didn't put any money into it. I know a lot of people do. It was actually pretty decent, pretty fun as a side thing while I was working or whatnot, you know. I would have it open while I was doing work and check in on it every now and then. And it was fun to see how far I could progress through some of it without, you know, with staying free to play, for instance, but whatever people want to do. Played lots of mobile games, never spent money on them. Arc Knights kind of took a step away because you were spending more money than you wanted to. Yeah. That could definitely happen before you know it, where you're like, oh, I'll just buy this $2, it's only $1.99, this pack, and then you don't get the thing that you want. You're like, well, maybe I'll buy another one. Oh, this one's on sale. Man, this pack's usually $49, but today it's $25. I'm basically losing money not buying this. Yeah. You have to be careful. Botch that. Why is the EMI still up? We just haven't had any traders or attacks come from this direction. I need to change this so they have to walk further over here. Okay, so people include you for that. Like I said, it's just, it depends on the person. Like, I don't care. Spend your money on, you made your money, spend, if you're not hurting anyone and your family's not starving to death, you know what? Spend it on whatever you want. But, of course, then you get people that can't afford it, that are hurting themselves because they end up getting addicted to it and spending all their money on it, sort of thing. I mean, if you're not hurting yourself or someone else, whatever, use your money. Nature, it goes into their marketing gameplay. Yeah, they are absolutely designed to try to make you want to pay to progress, for sure. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy. They're when we were playing Raid Shadow Legends for a little bit, I was doing the free-to-play. We saw this thing where someone was spending like $100,000.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is
$100,000 every couple months on Raid Shadow Legends. It's like, oh my god, holy Christ! But I mean, that person's a millionaire, like probably multi, times over. It's probably not. It's probably like me spending $10 on something. They're like, ah, whatever. It's probably like Jeff Bezos playing Raid Shadow Legends or something. He's like, $100,000, no problem. Goggle, thank you for the 27 months. Thank you, Goggle. Think some better ways to money. Yeah, me too. Yeah. A wanderer joined at the other colony. Brock. Staggeringly ugly pyromaniac. Oh man. With asthma. It looks like we're gonna let you escape, my friend. He has a relationship. Downside is we don't have people that have a high arrest chance here. So Hystaric has the highest with a 6. All right, Brock. Only does that. I think video game could do that. At the end of their commercials. Yeah. We don't need any of this. We'll take your food though. All right, Hystaric, what's your percentage of arresting this person? 100% actually with your 6. Nice. Let my people go. You like this game? Yeah, RimWorld is awesome. We have a really efficient way to let them go now. Deet, deet, deet. Oh no, the prisoner is escaping again. Oh god, why? No one likes this game. Everyone that plays it's just a masochist. It's a little bit true. It's gotta be a little bit true. Courageous. Ooh, what's your first virtue? Alright. Might go ahead and start switching this one up over here to biphasic. Kind of wanted to get ahead before we did it. How much? Screw those video games, gets traffic, ad rev kind of thing. I'd be paid to spend that much. Yeah, it could be too. Just never know. Running like $1,000 a quarter. Yeah. There's a lot of people though that spend like over 10,000 a month on those kind of games. Are they all sponsored people? Maybe. I wouldn't doubt it either way though. Mad Monkey.
Our community grows.
Mad Monkey. None your business. Thank you for the follow. Thanks, Nunya. I had an aunt that used to say that. Sounds like a video game developer name, Mad Monkey. I have Brass Monkey in my head. Doesn't take much. Visitors? Come on. Dawn! Shio! Someone! Oh! Yes, hit it again! Don't go down, Shio, you got this. Man versus machine. Like John Henry. Don't let the oh no, the railroad won. Wow, that's a reference not many people are gonna get, probably. Where'd that come from? The American West. The Wild West. Swamp maps are absurd. You know, to intentionally clear any wood, you have like 9,000. That is insane, yeah. I don't think I've ever done a full playthrough on the swamp, actually. You're on a tropical swamp? Yeah, those maps I usually just avoid. Yeah, you lose rep when allies die on your map, even if it's not your fault. There's literally a tree on every tile. That's crazy. All references you can think of, the railroad were supposed to be the good guys. You know, John Henry, man versus machine. John Henry was this like super muscular guy that drove stakes to the railroad, cross ties and whatnot, helped build the tracks. And then they came along with a machine to replace him and all the workers like that. And the machine laid the spikes faster. And then there was a steel, someone knows, none of you knows, steel driven man. That's right. And they had a competition. Man versus machine. Could John Henry lay those tracks faster than this machine that was built to take his job? They took our derbs. Find out next time on Adam Explains Tall Tales. No. Might be the first and only John Henry reference during any game ever on Twitch. No, I hope so. A rat self-tamed. Let's go ahead, Boschka. Socks, full MC. Baby Cats, how's it going? Played Mario Golf, a bunch of people last night. Went against them really well. Plus 7 points. It's negative, so you won, obviously. Who was your character? That's the only important thing here. What, babe? And the Blue Ox? That's not John Henry. That's Paul Bunyan. Come on. We'll talk about him on the next episode. You were Toad. You were Pauline. And then, the episode after that, we're talking about Pecos Bill. It's been a long time since I thought about any of those names. I don't know why. Babe was not John Henry's Blue Ox. He was Paul Bunyan's Blue Ox. John Henry didn't have an ox. You're getting John Henry and Paul Bunyan mixed up. Paul Bunyan was the lumberjack. John Henry was the railroad tie worker. Why do I know so much about this? Where is this information coming from? I'm pretty sure that people relate Babe to Paul Bunyan, though. Babe was Paul Bunyan's Blue Ox. Whether someone bought it from him or not. Paul was down on his luck. Sounds like you actually know him. My daughter probably rehashing childhood stories. I don't even think she knows these, yeah. I have no idea what I'm talking about. They're all in the tall tales. He had a book as a kid with all the stuff in it. Me too. I had a book about it. And then there was a Disney movie, wasn't there? And John bought Babe for a couple bucks. I don't remember this part of it. I'm not saying it's not true. I don't remember that part of it. There was a Disney movie too, a long time ago. Like early 90s or something. With those three characters. But I haven't thought about this in a long time. Where did this come from? I gotta look up this John buying Babe from Paul Bunyan thing though. Like, see, it's not that I don't believe you. I'm really curious now. Charlotte's Web, no. Well, Worm is dead. Sorry, were you awesome, Worm? You were probably the first awesome wild person, and we can't get you. Brawler. 11 melee. Then John retired from building railroads, opened up a steakhouse. Are you just screwing with me, Boschka? Like, I actually don't know whether to believe this or not. Open up a steakhouse. And then Babe was no more. It's not part of the standard story. Reminds me though, like honestly, it could be part of it and I wouldn't even know. But it does remind me of people that will like stretch something in order to make themselves technically right or like partially right, so it looks like they weren't just BSing. Trusting Twitch chat. Perilous. Perilous exercise. How's it going, Ivan? See, this is why I do like streaming more than people are like, man, Adam, if you keep having YouTube success, you'll stop streaming on Twitch. Absolutely not. I can't do this. How am I gonna feed off someone and come up with, you know, talking about Paul Bunyan and John Henry on a YouTube video? Just can't happen. Actually, I'm correct because of straw man argument. It's not, but it should be. Oh man. All right. What are we doing? What are we doing here? How's this going over here? We got the traps mostly back. Hey, we got Alpaca partially tamed. He's gonna be tamed to attack here soon. Nice. Nice. Don't you bond with that, Muzz. Oh my god, Flesh Person. Whoops doesn't even have a spine. They don't even have a spine. It's basically like you're like a super realistic doll or something. Flesh Person doesn't care. How many? Oh my god, ×4. He just got some lovin' 4 times with Whoops, who is incapable of moving or feeling any of it. Without a spine, are you able to consent? Did Whoops consent permanently when they got married? There's all kinds of weird questions here that I'm not sure I want the answer to. This is colony 2 and 3 of attempt number 4. Paralyzed people need lovin' too. That's fine. They get some really exciting new positions. Entrepreneur John Henry. How he started up the first steakhouse serving blue ox in the American West. I wish I had no bones. Well, I wish I had only 1 bone. Oh, Lord. What's going on this Saturday morning? Sell drugs under table. Blue ox. Hey, if you want some love and blink twice. If you want some love and blink twice, Whoops. And then like someone's walking by like, hey, are you sprinkling things in their eye? No. I think you're trying to force them to blink twice. Absolutely not. John Lebowski, welcome in. Hey, bought good trader. It's at the wrong colony. Yeah. We're actually getting traders again. Pretty sure that's what it was. We had made too many people angry. Minico, welcome back. It's a super dark conversation, I know. Kenneth. Want to buy some death sticks?
Welcome to the queue.
Are you talking about boomsticks? Because we don't have any Smokeleaf. Black and white. Adam Noir. I went from Adam After Hours to Adam Noir. Poor health. They're always in poor health. Nothing we can do about it. You guys want to buy some monkey meat before it spoils? Great. No, I don't want to buy any Yorkies. Get out of here. The phone keyboard killing you today. Mine always wants to like correct things to like I'll be one letter off like doing the swipe text, you know, and it'll have a word that like no one ever uses. So. You guys got 183 monies, huh? There we go. Nice. Dark's fine, but gambling is not fine. How dare John Henry? Tribbles. Well, if it wasn't the first time John Henry, there was a John Henry reference and joke made by a streamer on Twitch. This is definitely the longest conversation about John Henry that's happened on this website. So I'm really proud about this. I'm going to put it in my achievements list. Instigated the first and longest conversation about the famous John Henry. Albert's. Wait, I don't know about Albert. Please, Emerald Dragon, tell us the story of Albert. Yeah, I don't know this one. Let's put wood in the prison. See a stockbroker. There's a bull. Honey just fell from the sky. What's with all the pyros today? I had enough fire yesterday. I am done with fire for a while. Panther, can you eat her? No, just eat her, please. 28-foot tall bull that was built in Iowa. Celebrate selling cattle or something? Looks like Panther food to me. All right. A little risky, a little more wealth than I want to spend, but whatever. Whatever. Sure, it's fine. Man, if big one gets taken, they're like doing everything in this colony. That'll be terrible. 7 auto-join Yorkies yesterday. There was a fire and they all walked through it and died on the way to the colony. Slavers! Look at that. Why is it all at the jungle? Why? We're actually getting traders now, though. A free Muffalo downed. Yeah, there's a reason why it's down. It's in that firing range. Yeah, we just had 3 traders in a row here. Like, this colony is safe right now. I also need to build like a wall up here so that when enemies spawn, they're just not immediately on top of it. So we need to, at some point, not urgently, build a wall so they have to at least go around and slow them down. At this stage, maybe I should just wait for the attack training. Yeah, let's try that first. Slavers. Who's my favorite Mario character? On those games where you can play as like different ones. So, a lot of the times on those kind of games, I'll use Yoshi or Toad. Like back in the Mario Kart days, like N64 Mario Kart and stuff, Yoshi was my main character on that. He was the perfect like medium balance, you know? He had decent acceleration, but he didn't get knocked off the track instantly by people a little bit bigger than him. So Yoshi and Toad's who I usually went for with those kind of games, like the sports games. But a lot of times it would just depend on per game, you know? I had no loyalty. I just played whoever I was best with, basically. Wait, go back. Oh, this is one of the problems with the no pause. Just pick Luigi. My wife really likes the baby characters, and her favorite is Baby Luigi. So on the Mario Kart and stuff where you can be Baby Luigi, that's who she always picks. 100%. He's such a scare boy, you love him. Did you play the newer Luigi's Mansion? I haven't played it. 83, Jesus. Depressive but iron-willed, that's kind of interesting. You haven't played it yet? Quest where you salvage stuff from a tile and the tile got hit by a 53-man siege against your 2-man caravan. Oh, that sucks. God Pawn? Wait, did I miss? No God Pawn. We have the Chosen One, actually, if we can finish this quest, right? Look, the Chosen One, Nimble Brawler. They're not tough, but they are a nimble brawler. This is the one to hold the front line eventually. Can't hit me, and then you finally hit them, they don't care. It's like, whatever. Can't hit me again. So, as long as we finish this quest, we'll get them. They'll help out a lot, especially since we've lost so many people yesterday. King of all lurkers. Lurkers, your king is here. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, that's crazy, boy. 2-man caravan, getting him a 53-man siege. Alright. Down path to psychopath, or downside to psychopaths. So with psychopaths, it allows them the morbid thing. They can also deal with corpses without caring, but they have no mood boost from socializing. So they get both the benefit and the detriment of not really being social, pretty much. So they don't care about people being butchered. They will care about like rotten corpses, but normal corpses they don't care about. So you can burn corpses with them. You can take them to the corpse pile as long as you do it soon enough. They just have no empathy, so they don't feel pain or pleasure from anyone else, pretty much. So, I mean, it's really not that bad one. I actually like Psychopath, at least having a couple in the colony. But it's not like Bloodlust, where Bloodlust is more likely to cause a social fight. Like this can cause social issues, I guess, because they're not gonna get those mood boosts, but that's, you know, they just don't get the positive. They don't get an actual negative, if that makes sense. So I like Psychopath, like I said, to have a couple of them. I look at it as a pretty decent one. Yeah, Bloodlust and Kind is a pretty... I'm surprised. So there are some that you can't get other ones paired with, and I'm really surprised. We've talked about before that Bloodlust and Kind can still roll together. It almost seems like an oversight since certain other ones can't roll together. But yeah, Bloodlust kind, they can still call, well, I mean, social fights can still happen to them, but they're not going to be the one that throws the first punch. Oh my god, Cannibal is stupidly good. I still don't know how they haven't nerfed Cannibal. It's so crazy. I guess the reason why is because even though your Cannibal is like the easiest person to keep super friggin' happy, if you butcher people, your other people are going to be really unhappy. Like, even if they don't eat the meat, as you butcher people, your other colonists. But if you have all cannibals, it's so easy to keep their mood up. It's insane. Like Bloodlust because of the plus 50 mood every raid? Yeah, Bloodlust is good too. Bloodlust is also the only one that can wear tainted clothing without the downside. Bloodlust in kind kills you with kindness. Eat all cannibals and psychopaths, yeah. Yeah. Full cannibal colonies are so easy to keep happy, though. It's insane. They get a boost from wearing human clothing. I mean, they get a boost from eating people. They're just... It's so easy to keep them happy. They're easy to keep... It's easy to keep food with him. Late game, when you get those 200 tribal raids, you're like, looks like we're good on food for a year. Negative brutality set to tribal and just eat all non-cannibals, yeah. Recruit any new cannibals, yeah. That's usually what the best way to go about, like, the super cold maps, for instance. But it works on any map, yeah. In fact, probably be easier to on other maps because you probably get more humanoid raids than others. It's easy to keep cannibals happy in real life as well. All right there, Hannibal Lecter. Can't think of a lurk. I haven't done a cannibal playthrough in a long time. I haven't done one since 1.0. Map naked start. Can't seem to get any. That's the downside. Unless you actually set the scenario for cannibals to have a higher chance to spawn, sometimes you can go in-game years or decades without another cannibal. And then when you do get a cannibal in a raid and it instant dies on down, it feels really bad. So it's not uncommon to have like a cannibal ice sheet where you're like on year 8 or 10 and you haven't seen a single cannibal, let alone been able to recruit one, you know? So that's the one downside. Although with that, if you keep the wealth really low like that and you just wait without expanding, just have that little hut, you can just put it on 3x, 4x research, and every time you get a raid, deal with it and put it back on 3 or 4x and just self-sustain. Kind of a chill playthrough, not, you know, no pun intended. A little bit of pun intended. I mean, sometimes chill. The beginning is the hardest part. New lovers. Hystaric and Zamana. Wow. Hystaric. This colony continues to be the story of Hystaric. Look at you, Hystaric. Let's make sure you build a nice bed here. Almost at 2 years on, still nothing. Just started a couple weeks ago. Small fort right now, not much growing at the moment. Yeah, but you can bang out that research at least, which is nice while you wait. But Huns in my Twitch chat. Yeah, that's one downside though, for sure. Like that we have, it's kind of funny, we have 3 pet elephants and 1 pet rat. It's like Dumbo out there. Tina George, welcome in. Thank you for being here. There are fun play. If you've never done one, I highly recommend doing one of the cannibal playthroughs. It is a lot of fun. In a weird sort of way, but Hystaric and Zamana. Wow, Hystaric went from being a lonely single pawn with no skill being chased by 41 raccoons, having their leg gnawed off by a person and another leg gnawed off by a panther, surviving all of it, being lit on fire, nearly dying multiple times, to not only still being alive, but now being in a loving relationship in their own room. Who was it that nipped Hysteric's leg off in a social fight? That was Ink Boy. That was Ink Boy. He's dead now. Using that old bed as a pillow. Using that whole bed. Hey. How are we doing on this animal taming?
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Baron, thank you for the reset. 2 months anniversary already. Thank you, Baron. Speaking of anniversary, my and Mod wife's wedding anniversary is tomorrow. However, this year she and I are going to go out and eat and stuff later, so I will be streaming this year. I usually don't, but with the stream schedule cut down to less days, she I didn't even ask her, but she told me go ahead and stream, and that we're gonna do stuff tomorrow evening and maybe go out and do some other stuff on Monday. So I will be streaming tomorrow, even though it's our wedding anniversary. Man, it's kind of crazy. It's our wedding anniversary. 11 years. 11 years already. What the crap? Crazy. I still don't like when I think back to high school or something, I'm like, oh yeah, that was a few years ago. I was like, wait a second. I've been out of high school for 16 years. I don't like being able to say that. Thank you, Hamstra. And Ivan. Baron, thank you, thank you. Like, wait a minute. I graduated high school 16 years ago? That can't be right. Anniversary noodling? Probably. If you mean she's gonna come in here tomorrow and beat me with a noodle. If you mean something else, then probably. It's been pretty chill, huh? I mean, we did have the triple prong raid, but the wrong stream for that. So we're on the wrong site. Where's our hot tub? Oh wait, that is this site. Right. Ugh. Go catfish fishing, but use your arm or leg as bait. Oh god.
Community grows.
End epidemic. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, End. Yeah. That kind of fishing is crazy. I've told you guys a lot of my hillbilly childhood upbringing. That's still one that I wouldn't do. Go down to the muddy banks of the lake, find some some muddy holes under the water, stick your arm in there, wait for a giant catfish or a carp or something to latch onto your arm, and then you pull it out. No. I'm good, thank you. I won't be sticking my arm into any unusual holes anytime soon, or ever, actually. So. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Surprise, snapping turtle. Man, snapping turtles are no joke. I ran into those all the time as a kid. I had a great uncle that kept them. Sounds good when we go on yoga. I'll give them one enough birth and not missing fingers. Oh yeah, they're crazy. I had a great uncle that used to keep He used to catch snapping turtles, and it's kind of cruel, but he would catch them, and if they weren't full grown, he would put them in a like a barrel, like a drum outside of his house full of water, and feed them until they got big enough, and then he would kill them and eat them, right? And so, told you.
Welcome to the queue.
Hillbilly child upbringing. Anyway, and I used to go walk down to his house and go out there, and I would feed the turtles. I'd like throw bugs or worms or whatever, minnows and stuff in there, and let them eat them. Those things were vicious, and they would get big. But tons of meat and snappers. Yeah. They got some crazy mouths on them. You see those? We didn't have alligator snapping turtles, but man, I see those too on shows. Like, you see the. You guys ever watch River Monsters? It's been a long time, but there's like some big friggin' like literal monstrous alligator snapping turtles. Insane. A lot of power in those things too. Not a fan of Trummy. I wasn't either. Yeah. I haven't watched River Monsters in a long time. It's a good show though. My wife doesn't like it too much. Welcome to the queue. I hope today is sleepy, Randy. I've had enough of scrounging for our life for 3 streams, Randy. Yeah, I didn't like turtle meat either, but I have eaten it. Davey's gonna come in. So Davey, Turtles and Chill channel, he has a live stream where he just live streams his turtles and plays music 24/7. Been here a long time. He has to ban all those phrases because he has people come in like every day and just talk about eating his turtles. It's like, you heard a Dragon Age 4 rumor this morning, Pineapple? What was it? Morning. Happy Saturday. All that good stuff. Found him when he advertised it on your server in Wild Digger Raid. That's so funny, yeah. So, Davey, Turtles and Chill's owner, I don't know if he's just flattering me or what, but he tells me a lot that one of the reasons why he started that channel is because I kept like goading him into, he wanted to do a stream for a living, and he was streaming to basically like no one, like 1 or 2 people, and I kept telling him the advice that I know. Like, I'm not a big streamer, but I told him how I got to where I was and what to do and whatnot, and gave him some ideas, and then he started working on it. And then I remember when he would come in when he just started that channel, and he was like, so I got another WoW account banned because I'm in trade chat advertising the turtle channel, and I got it banned, but before it got banned I got up to 8 viewers. He's like, so it's working. He's like, I'm gonna make a new WoW account. So it's funny that you actually know him from that. He's going super glue. Rickus, welcome in. So Blizzard kept banning him, and he kept making new accounts and spamming the trade chats with like leveling up high enough or whatever, spamming the trade chats to come watch his turtles. Viewers not on the streams be mean to turtles. RimWorld Lord of the Flies. All the pawns must have negative traits. For Piggy Pawn, he will have kind, gourmand, and wimp. We got all kinds of old school references going on today. I don't know, I have a lot of ideas for upcoming runs, but they all must be under 18. Unsubstantiated, but they may release the DA4 Alpha for PlayStation console next month. What? It's that far along? That surprises me, Pineapple. I mean, again, it might not be. Like you said, it's unsubstantiated, but that makes me worried that they just, when they scrapped it as an MMO, they just literally did nothing other than switched it over to a single player game, you know? Weird. Super surprising, so you doubt it? Yeah, that seems crazy. I kind of hope that's not the case, because that means it's only been like a few months or something since, right? Been a few months since they said they weren't going the MMO route. Good chip-in shot, 50 plus feet, Mario Golf. An orbit of Kaizo Mario streams. Frequent. Also love Turtles and Chill. So want to figure out how they ended up there independently. Davey hustles that stream, man. He will make new accounts and whatnot and spam it places. He also goes and talks in so many different chats, and I don't know that. Okay, so I know he's not doing it here because he was at our channel for like 2 years before he even made that Turtles and Chill channel, and before we got him making it and doing that. But I do make that joke sometimes because he comes in and I promote the stream for him basically, and he talks in here, and then I have this thought. I'm like, I wonder how many hundreds of channels Davey is in, typing and gifting like a single sub to get his name in there so people go and check his channel out. How many hundreds and hundreds of channels? Because he doesn't actively have to do anything on that channel, right? It's just music playing, and it's just cameras on his turtles. So he can meanwhile be in other things like promoting it. It's funny. He works hard on it. Yeah, he just actually was able to quit his job about 2 weeks ago and work on turtles full time, which is pretty awesome. A knight traveling near 3, being followed by mechanoids. If you do, mechanoids activate nearby. There's a military staging area guarded by 8 tribes people. No. Slavers. Why is it all at this friggin' colony?
Our community.
Yeah, I saw that right for the stream, Super Glue. That does happen. Those ones aren't on individual cooldowns, as you have found out, I suppose. Where are the turtles? Montal, thank you for the follow. Kiso, welcome in. So cool. Find the teleological meta first. No. Okay, what kind of raid? Attack immediately, tribals. Raids are starting to get up higher in numbers. They're still really low, actually. We're fine. They'll just die to the traps, honestly. We got some prisons ready. Yep. So. Trying out of food. Yeah, it's really rough getting those together. Yeah. How far along in your playthrough are you in that one, Cerulean? Yeah, it's unfortunate that they're just barely out of range of the slavers. We need to name that other elephant now. Okay. We have a wiggler, jogger. Cover shooter doesn't really matter. Jogger is nice. There's a brawler. Ascetic brawler. Good at crafting. Let's grab them really quick. We might save them. We might save them. Do I want to go ahead and save this one too? No, I don't think I will. Future, yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Maybe a future royal. Where's that extra bed? All right, let's see what these guys got. Hystaric dumped that last corpse. Okay. They're not able to walk, or else I might sell them into slavery. The animal streams are what people need. They're so wholesome. I think one of the best animal streams category is just otter swimming pools. That's like fun. Other people in the category. Oh no, it's all good. Yeah. As long as you're not like actively trying to promote someone that's not like a member of the community or something, you know. We do have a self-promotion thing too, or it's not just self-promotion in the Discord, but I know that's not what you're doing, but yeah, I'm all good for that. No worries.
Maximum level reached.
Hytala! How's it going, Hytala? Man, I've been wondering about you. Hytala, thank you for the resub. 39 months, tier 3, the Golden Sub Club. One of the few with the Shambler emotes. Thank you, Hytala. So on BCD, welcome in. Wait, let me look at them again. Not bad, I mean, for a researcher, but not really looking for a researcher. Maybe I should keep Ambrosia around. It's not very addictive, and then we might get a breakdown for them to just eat like the 5 Ambrosia like we did earlier with the 3. So fine with that actually. It's got advanced just research for the advanced table done. Gotcha. Completely stalled now though. Do you not have mortars set up or anything like that? Are the mech clusters awake? Do you know the trick to wake them up so that visitors might break them or kill them for you? Just in case you don't know, I'll tell you. For anyone that doesn't know, you can wake up mech clusters. Like if they're completely dormant and they don't have an activator near them, they're already awake, okay. But if that ever happens, you need to wake them up. If you go into, make sure you turn off the automatic expanding of home zone first. Go in here and go to furniture, sleeping spot, and just spam sleeping spots around them. And eventually it'll wake them up when you hit the right spot. And then just delete them afterwards. You can wake them up remotely doing that. We'll probably do that to this eventually, for instance. You can even do it to the ships, but yeah, I guess you gotta wait for someone to save you. Or if you have mortars, you can try that. If you have animal pulsar. Do you have smoke at all? Like smoke launcher laying around or anything like that? Mortars used on the EMI already that dropped? Gotcha. Animals are dead. Yeah, it's a rough situation, especially when you have both. Turns out you can charge your wireless earbuds on them too. Nice. No smoke. Yeah, that's a rough situation, man. Gonna have to wait for someone to save you, I guess. Hope that you can survive until they do. If you have the means, call in a trader, call in allies, you can do that. Yeah. Sometimes that happens though, as I'm sure you know, where it's just like, well, I guess the game wanted to kill me. That's how I felt yesterday. Can't believe we're still alive. How much longer on this guy's quest? 4.6 days. All right. How are we doing on these attacks here? I'm gonna wait until all those are done. So you can always do like, need to pull off one of my amazing miracle saves. Yeah. If there's any animals, well, you can't really tame them, right? You don't really have food. Yeah. It's really rough. What'd you guys give me? Uranium. I hardly knew him or something. Do we not have enough to finish that? Oh, okay, it's just, wasn't sure that it was all delivered or not. Man, this colony is pretty happy these days. Zebra has an infection. Wait, no, don't let Zebra die. I was thinking about actually taking them for once. Just herbal medicine, please. Hystaric, can you clean this up? How much blood is there? Tough roll. Yeah, it sucks that it can happen. So you can't have like 2 psychic ships on your map at once, but you can't have a psychic ship and a mech cluster that has psychic drone, which obviously is what you have going on. But random it is to urine. So just now, thanks. And the ane part of uranium is like anus. No, I mean, it's not very close. It has both urine and anus. What a great word. I've read runs that adds value for research that never goes away. I'm sure I'm going to have people like that. You didn't really win melee only. You used psycasting? That's not melee. Also, you had to make extra bases. If you had stayed on one tile, you wouldn't have won. Maybe you're right, but I don't care. Are we winning yet? We're surviving, which a lot of times is winning in RimWorld. So I'm going to go with kind of. Kind of. Apparently this person that's replied to me is from like Kentucky. Sorry, Potwash. Is it you? No. I have no idea if Potwash actually has the Kentucky accent. I used to. What do you want to eat today? Which meal, King Loser? I'm gonna pick your meal, but I need to know which meal of the day. Maybe you're right, but I don't care. Versus trolls, yeah. I said I don't know if you have an accent. I used to have an accent. For lunch, what should you have for lunch? I don't know my options, so I'm just gonna pick you something that I don't even know that you have or not. All right. I think today is a good day for a sandwich. I haven't had a sandwich in a while. Like a good, thick sandwich. Long, thick, girthy sandwich for lunch for you, King Loser. Sounds good. Pork chile verde burrito. That sounds good too. I haven't had burritos in a while. So we had a couple raids today, all humanoids so far, which is pretty nice. You said earlier about someone from Kentucky. Oh, I was when I was doing the thing about someone commenting about this not being a real melee only challenge or something like that, I was making an accent that was like a southern accent, and I was like, apparently the person in the comments is from Kentucky or somewhere like that. Your accent's very slight. Barely hear it. 6 tribals again. Did we get our traps up in time? Yeah, we're fine. Wait. I gotta remember to check on sappers. I got complacent with sappers, and then yesterday we got explosive sappers. Now we're good. We're good. I worked hard to move. Yeah, most of mine I did. I don't know if it was for better or worse. I was just sick of people making fun of me on like Halo. So I was like, and I was just wanting to move away. I was wanting to get rid of, had a lot of, had a crazy childhood, and lots of it I kind of wanted to distance myself from. So I, when I decided that I was going to move away when I hit 18, I was like, that was kind of the last straw of getting rid of most of it. Let's go on Stonewalk Win. You go back to my old videos, no, this accent went away like 17 or 18 years ago. Yeah. Let's go on Brom. Every now and then I'll slip back into a word or two, either on purpose or otherwise, but. Oh my god, we're gonna have someone linked to the anima tree for the first time in forever. The cowboy accent, yeah, there you go. Sometimes you get Cletus, yeah. Are we winning? More so than yesterday. Got a lot of raids today, but they've all been tribal. So I was talking about just a few minutes ago stuff that the last 3 days have just been non-stop. So hopefully I complain about Sleepy Randy sometime, but hopefully that's what we get today. Oh no, mech raid. Not Sleepy Randy. Not Sleepy Randy. Please no Centipede. 2 Scythers, 4 Pikemen. Last time we had this kind of raid here, someone got their spine destroyed. Big one, I need to try to save you and Muzz, honestly. Oh my god, this is not good at all. Someone was asking yesterday if I get raids at both bases at the same time. Yes. Or just something? I still haven't tried it yet. Boomhauer. Crap. What, it got pushed through the door? That's kind of interesting, actually.
Such fortuitous skill.
Yeah, go donkeys, go. Yeah. Save that donkey. Thank goodness for those auto-join donkeys. Holy crap. This colony's, yeah, this colony's fine. Stuff, yeah. Yeah, those ones, if there was a single centipede, we'd been in a lot of trouble. But traps, it's usually about 4 per each of those kind of mechs, so. Man, we've had a lot of raids already today. Sleepy Randy is not the case. It looks like the flavor of today is going to be raids. Yesterday was fire. The day before that, disease. Sunday was just, let's throw everything. Sunday was kitchen sink day. Yeah. Let's get those traps back up. You can set those to rearm. I keep forgetting. Also gonna link with the animatree today. Fascinating community days this October. You'll hear your voice, sure. It's a new accent. There's just a few things of it here and there. So kind of similar to me, I guess. You're self-conscious about it. I used to be a mechanical death machine, but a pointy stick is just the right angle. Takes you out. Yeah. All right. So that's the thing. These wooden traps can take them out, but when I did the weaponized lightning thing, we could literally hit the mech with hundreds of bolts of lightning. 0 damage. 0 damage. We need to send an elephant over to these guys. %69 immunity. Nice. We're just making them stronger. We're supercharging them. You underestimate my power. Do elephants fit in the rockets? Here's a weird thing I was talking about yesterday. If you launch as a group, if you set up multiple ones and you launch them as a group, the amount you can put in there is shared between them all. So if you have an animal that eventually goes over the weight limit, it will be split into the next one. Although the whole animal will come out on the other side. So if you have like just a little bit of room in one and then enough in the other for like a Thrumbo, for instance, you can do it as long as you have more than one selected. And I guess it just splits the Thrumbo in half like the old magic trick. The saw in the box, you know? And it just comes out whole in the other end. So yeah, we can get an elephant over here even if he's too big for a single one. I don't know that they're too big, but it's funny you can do that. I've actually never drop potted elephants. It's like Mary Poppins' bag. That's what you're thinking. Mary Poppins' bag. Alright, we gotta get the rest of these up.
Welcome to the queue.
Okay, so obvious. Let's go ahead and link you with a tree. We'll finally have a psycast over here. It's probably gonna be chunk skip, and then I'll cry myself to sleep a little bit. Definitely too big. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It's just crazy you can split it between multiple and it works. Vampiro, finish that. I know Hystaric was on it, but you're better at it, so. There we go. All right, Zebra, how you doing? My God, you're gonna survive. Probably. Probably will survive. We need to get these traps back up. We really need another builder over here. Make command to check if you're in the queue or not. Just not let you join naming queue again. No, you can join as many times as you want. So the problem is you have to be a mod or the streamer to see the channel point redemption queue for anything. I'm wondering if there's a way that I can hook the API to a website. That's what I'm really wanting to do. So I have a website for the stream. I need to update it, but I'd like to figure out a way that I can just have a page that just constantly displays the queue, and you can just go to that to check. I haven't had time to really look into it. Jamie posted in the Discord some stuff about the API. Yeah, the old queue, yeah. So I'm gonna have to look into it. But if anyone knows how to link it to be displayed on a website already, like, just let me know. Got some kind of embed code or something. Adult elephants with no missing limbs are 20 kilos short of 2 full pods. Jeez. All right, what do you get? You got Word of Trust, so we can recruit them much faster. Should work the same as the alerts for OBS, but it's different in the sense that those will display something like you're triggering something and it'll display it, rather than actually going in and being able to look at the list. So I'm wanting it to just print out the list of all of it to a single page rather than triggering like an action. So I don't know, because I don't know how to. I know how to kind of link it together like that, but I don't know how it would you would actually be able to make it so it's like takes your name, searches through the list, finds your name, and then gives you the number in that row. Like that's the part with this that I'm not sure it's possible with the current channel point setup, but it might be possible to just print the whole list out to a website. But again, I haven't had time to look into it. Is the only problem. But if anyone already has it like ready to go, let me know and I'll just add it. If not, I'll have to do some research and screw around with it. I get some time. I'm not saying it's impossible. Yeah, I'm just saying I don't. At the moment, I don't know exactly how to do it the way that I want it. Right, we have Yanni trying to help now. Yeah, we might want to send these guys an elephant. Or tame a few more donkeys. Problem is, nothing's in here, and this is where it's the only place we can go right now. I could open up one of these side areas, tame some muffalo or donkeys or something, but... This colony still needs more wood. Let's go on elk sausage. Welcome in. Clear, you'll have access to plenty of components. Ship chunks. Yeah. And we haven't mined any components on this map either, so the only downside is this one has the EMI. So once we get into a position where we can take out the EMIs, then we will switch gears and this base will become the primary base. They're the ones that are going to have the advanced crafting table, for instance. Did I get down a crafting spot? Yeah, okay. The good news about these mech hits that we're having here is we are getting components as a reward. So once we beat these mech attacks, they end up dropping some components, which is nice. We have way too much rice, but we're going to send it as gifts to people. Every time we get a huge stockpile like this and more comes in, so like now. All right. So each map has their own EMI is a thing. So this EMI is on this map, so its powers out, and this one's actually being hit by the one on the world map. You would think the Empire would get mad and go take it out for us, you know, because it's hitting them, but apparently that's not the case. I wonder if this would make it easier to attack the Empire, like no turrets and things. But anyway, this one's hitting base colony 3, and the other one is an on-map one. So yeah, they both have their own individual EMIs. It's screwing with them at the moment. It's just basically stalling out research. Boomalope had one self-team after EMI dropped. Just had to get in range of the turret, died, caused a fire, burned 17 animal grass. Yeah, they can be trouble. I like that you can get chem fuel out of them, but it can be trouble. No! Why? Why auto join? They actually didn't die up there. Quick sleeper, come over interest, slowpoke. Man, you made it through those turrets being a slowpoke. Look at you. Tribal background. Plants. Still no builder. I might still keep you though. We might just need you at the moment. Quick sleeper, chemical interest. Chemical interest doesn't matter too much. Quick sleeper's good. Slowpoke really sucks. Put them on animals is the thing, and then that means we can take Muzz off of there. Yeah, I'll probably just do that. Yeah, we'll have to take his gun. Yeah, I was just trying to see if I was gonna keep him first. I guess I will. Probably shouldn't, but you can also do doctoring, which is nice. They're not super great at it, but they can do it nonetheless. So we can pop up handling on them. And so we can take handling off Muzz, so they can prioritize cooking, cleaning hall. It's fine. We'll name them in just a sec. And then if they're not dealing with animals, they can help with the planting. If they're not doing that, they can clean. If they're not doing that, they can haul. All right, Armadillo, you survived the mech cluster, even though you're a slowpoke. Let's see who you are from the queue. Why, it's none other than Merrick. Merrick. Hottest day on record in Portland? 112. Yeah, we have, my wife has family in Washington. They were kind of telling the same thing. Super hot. There's crazy chimp. When's a good pawn come to replace the prisoner? I think in like 2 or 3 days. Yeah, about 2 days, 1.7. 1.7 days. So when this person's up, we should use a word of trust on them. Yeah, then we just need to kind of sit tight until we can take out the EMIs. Get some, we can get someone up to tier 6 off of this manager pack. Who's the first one up here? Oh, I could have just shut that one. Crap. Forgot that I added that one. It's only 3 caribou. Could have taken care of it. Maybe I will. Could have the elephants move there. They can take those out really easily. Let's go with clear meat shield, expand meat shield here. Not the pregnant one. Keep her in the walls. And we'll pop these back open after this. That door up there is only for if this one gets full of corpses or items. We can't shut it, so I kind of forgot about that. They killed the rats. Where are you going? You running away? What? We need to name that other elephant. That one doesn't want any part in this crap. He's done with elephants. I need to open that door, but you know what? I can have an elephant do that too. It's just inspired surgery. Let's go ahead and expand this me shield zone. I don't have the rat. That would have been a good one to do it. There it goes. Why aren't you going to it? Because you're already injured or something? Huh. There we go. Nope. That's weird. Usually you don't have to draw pathing for them to do it. Oh, I need to mark Merrick off. Flame. Think of the follow flame. The caribou go. Come around, Imbra. It's not coming. All right, that's held open now. Just gonna bring them in. And let's make sure we get rid of that meat shield for the future. All right. Now if it comes through, it'll just get hit by the traps. We'll take those out. Whoops, got inspired surgery. You don't have a spine. Good luck. Good luck with that. Inspire creativity on flesh. Let's see, flesh. Could have you make something, but I really want to right now. Lots of raids today. All right, there goes that. And we can get back to work. Put these animals back out. Gotta name this elephant. Now that it's fully trained, what is your name? Someone named this from the naming queue, and it is Bill Bezos. By rakes. Wow, they can install their own spine, yeah. No, there's like people that remove their appendix because they have to. Doctor down in Antarctica or whatever. Related by any chance? No. Next is Jeff Gates as well, so. Bill Bezos and Jeff Gates. All right. How are we doing over here? 2 more left to get their attack training. I think the corpse up here is finally almost gone. Yeah, there's Chio. Chio, who took this down to 76%. What a god. All right. So getting that anima grass flowing. Oh, Zebra's up. So we need to hit him with the word of trust. Word of trust, so strong. It's gonna get rid of all the rest of their resistance. Now we can recruit them. Not recruit. I don't know what that word is. Anyway, we can recruit them now. They're gonna be a really good fighter. Eventually, they will be at the crafting area. And speaking of crafting, we might as well at least make clubs over here. Yeah, let's do that. We'll wait till they come out. We're gonna recruit them. Uranium clubs. We have 20 uranium. Yeah, 20 uranium. So we don't quite have enough. Probably wouldn't want to waste the uranium on this either. A mace would be better, but it's gonna kill a vegan. Welcome in. Fine with the stone though. Recruit them. Recruit them. Build another bed there. This colonist is almost gone. Well, prisoner, I should say. 15 hours, and then we'll get our reward. Lead it. Yes, visitors. Come on, you got this. There you go. Get cover. Ugh.
Our community grows.
Get back. Get back. Tim. I think we follow Tim. Welcome in. Nice cover. Traps are set back up here. Not quite. Let's get those done. How long until this stupid ABASIA person's up? 14 days. All right, what's our rep now?
Grows.
Plus 39. We need to get to 75 to have them be our allies, so we can actually call them in when we ever have power again. Which might be never. My main man, Mike. Mike, thank you for the follow. All right, those are back up. Boomalope has the flu. Which one are you?
Our
He's the one that can
fellowship
attack.
expands. Praise the sub.
Mike, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub too. Follow and then immediately Twitch Prime. That's awesome. Thank you for the support. Much appreciated. So this one's eventually going to be sent up here to see if we can get some crossfire going here. I might just go ahead and send it. I think I will. It could die on the way and just start a fire. This is steel barricades. The steel barricade can actually burn, whereas the mechs can't, but the barricade burning means that allies and stuff, visitors coming in will have a better time. Sorry, anyway, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and send him. All right, Boomalope number 2. Here you go. Let's see where you actually die. Tree collector, take out him that cluster. Yeah, it always feels good. Zebra. We'll look at you in a second, Zebra. Send both. The other one's not trained to attack yet. I'd rather send them one at a time, because when this one dies, it's going to set an area on fire, and if it sets the other animals on fire, they'll panic. So I'm just gonna send one at a time. I don't even know. Yeah, it's probably not even gonna. Go. No, go closer. Oh, we got some crossfire there. There we go. All right. So when it dies, it'll the steel barricades will burn as long as it doesn't start raining immediately. All right, Zebra. Who are you from the queue? Zebra is none other than Awesome Chair. Hey, and they're a crafter. not same as builder, so they're not gonna be building chairs anyway, so I don't know why that matters, but there you go, awesome chair. Hang on, stop that for a second. Huh, maybe I should have you on cooking, because then I can take... Yeah, I think I will actually do that. So then we can take some mana off of it. Well, Zamana's already at a 9. Yeah, I probably should do it. All right. So smithing, tailoring, crafting. That means we can take Hystaric off crafting for now. Cleaning. All right, that'll do. Static, very good for Royal, yeah. Static, that's one reason why I took them. Merrick auto join, and I forgot to put them in the work zone. Why is that good for a Royal? Because it undoes... So Royals have things that they have to have, like they... Sorry, Merrick. Can't believe that happened. And you like insta-died too. I tried to get over here as soon as I heard, but... so it undoes their need for needing like fancy meals and clothing, also a fancy bedroom. So as you go up through the ranks of Royal pawns, they need a fancier and fancier bedroom, but they don't need that if they're ascetic. Sorry, I waited 30 hours just to die. Man, that really sucks. I can't believe I forgot to set that. Merrick, since you were an insta-death, like literally you just joined and died, maybe I'll put you in on the next one. Or being like the next colonist. 2021, 2021, 5506 to 5506. Like it was just like you just joined. I just named you. That sucks. Now we're gonna have the -3. No one really knew you yet, so. Alexa, play Despacito. Oh no, that meme hasn't died yet. So yeah, aesthetic's really good for Royal for that reason. It bypasses a lot of the needs, so like we can have a barracks, for instance. Normally you can't have a Royal in a barracks, but you can if they're aesthetic. Why was it even a meme? I don't know. I don't know. Man, now we have to go back to Muzz trading. Sucks. That sucks. Hopefully this explodes and it dies. Man, we completely baited Merrick on accident. So Merrick was going up here to try to save the Boomalope and died. Dogs. Shuttle has arrived. Where is it? Ooh. Okay, that finally died. I mean, trade, so... Yeah, it sucks, man. Well, yeah, I might just put you right back in, Merrick. I can't believe I'll let you do that. I mean, it wasn't like an incredible pawn, but not bad at all. Fight. Planting animals were good. So it goes, and it's free. Play RimWorld from 1 week. You like the game? Can you suggest other games like this? So RimWorld is kind of a combination of Dwarf Fortress and Prison Architect in a lot of ways. So if you like the art style of this, and you might like Prison Architect. So if you haven't looked at that, look at Prison Architect. Dwarf Fortress is very hard to get into. It's very deep, but it's very hard to get into because of its graphical limitations. They are making a they're making one that has like complete graphics, and then there's several ways that you can download like graphic packs for it. But if you don't care about graphics at all and you just want awesome gameplay, it's another option. Going Medieval just came out, which I haven't tried yet, so I can't. I've heard mixed reviews on it so far. That's also kind of in the same vein. I haven't tried it, but a lot of people that like this also play Kinshi. Hopefully Merrick's corpse burns, or else we're gonna have that -10 forever again. She died fighting. Not really. You were walking to a boomalope and you got shot and killed. Instant death in the heart. Is it hot in the US? Depends on where in the US you are, but in general, yes. The temperature's above average in most places at the moment, yeah. Yeah. So those are the ones I'd look into most. Door Fortress, Prison Architects, Kinshi, and Going Medieval. If you're looking for some RimWorld adjacent stuff. You know what Texas is like lava right now? It's got trap. Welcome in. Snails, welcome in. Feeling hot, hot, hot. Man, I can't believe I did that. Oh, it sucks. -3 for 6 days. And a -10 when he goes unburied for 10 days. Believe it. So many mistakes in this run. I was saying earlier at the beginning of the stream, I was like, man, I made way more mistakes in this run than the last like 5 no pause 500% that we've beaten. I don't know why. And I was like, oh, it's entertainment value. I'm doing it on purpose. 46 for you on Monday. Celsius, Fahrenheit. Because that's either a little chilly. Or are you in the southern hemisphere? Or yeah, I figured Celsius, 115. Melee's hard, yeah, but I'm compounding it by making a lot of mistakes I really shouldn't. Did you look at it? Hour and a half. It's more like walking simulator. Yeah, this is people. I think people relate it to it because of the survival aspect only. But I've never played it, so I know a lot of people that play RimWorld plays Kinshi, but it's recommended when you like watch a RimWorld video, you're suddenly recommended Kinshi stuff, and when you buy RimWorld, Steam will start offering you Kinshi. So there's a relation. Do we get it loaded yet? Okay.
Our community grows.
Since thank you for the follow. Frostpunk, I mean, Frostpunk's a really good game. I don't relate it too much. I mean, it is colony survival, but it's a lot different. But I do like it. All right, Merrick, since you died instantly, I'm just going to name this one after you. You waited a month in the queue and literally died as soon as I named you, so. There you go. And look, animals again. It's almost, and plants. Wow, it's literally Merrick reborn. Rigged. How's the run? It's been kind of crazy. We've been just scrounging. So for anyone that is newer here and you're like, man, you're pretty far in to have such small bases. Well, we had a big standard kind of base. Oh, I don't know, half the playthrough ago, 90,000 wealth, and we lost everyone, well, all but one person, down to 4,700 wealth, and we've been rebuilding since then. So it wasn't always the case that we were hunkered down in the foothills of a mountain. This is colony number 2 and number 3 here. We had a standard big base. We were doing quite well there until we died. Donkey has a plague. Get that rebuilt. Quest complete. Play Donkey, nice switch aim. It's like Mad Monkey. Play Donkey. How we doing on grass here? All right, let's this colony's got wood in the bag.
Welcome
Doing pretty
back.
well.
Your
Look how happy they are.
steadfast loyalty is
We should go buy
greatly
phasing.
appreciated.
Stage. New Merrick to go grab and bury the old Merrick. Eagle Eye. Hey, Eagle Eye, welcome back. 8 months. Thank you, Eagle Eye. Doing well. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the continued support. Twitch Prime, 8 months. Thank you, Eagle Eye. This is Randy, yep. This is Randy. Twinship. Expedition Challenge, I think I put Randy in that list. Can't remember. That's the title. Let's go to Acid Open. Bro Falls Ultimate Showdown. That's just a clone of Fall Guys. Doesn't surprise me. A gift. Hey, we're only 10 uranium shy of a mace now. More like bruh falls, am I right? We're like bruh fails. The poison ship is probably going to take out a corner of this once it gets to max range, but not too concerned with that either. And Merrick, sucks at you. You also died on a non-flammable area, so it's going to be really hard to set you on fire remotely. You're back? Yeah, and this one is, since you died like immediately because you know, of my negligence, you joined and then pretty much immediately died. I just renamed this one. And what's weird about it is this one has the same animals, plants, so, and melee. See, it's like it never happened. Aside from that, your corpse is gonna sit there and rot for a long time. Doctor, welcome in. Good morning, even though it's 7 p.m. there. It's morning o'clock somewhere. It's afternoon here already. All right, hopefully Randy is chilled out a little bit now. We had a lot of raids right at the beginning of the stream. Mech raid, tribal raids, all that. But now, hoping we get to chill a little bit. Once we get some backup clothes, I'll probably, like when the new year starts, after our 10 days of winter that we have here. Raid here. Tribals from multiple directions. Hopefully this actually hits them. It only gets a couple shots in is the problem. Four, 5, 6, 8, 9. 9. Is it sappers again? Like, no, they're gonna prep for a while. All right, this should be no problem. We should have, or, it's kind of crazy, but because we have a death like every season, raids are way smaller because the game's like, the game actually has coding that if you've had a recent loss, it will lower the amount of points the storyteller can spend on threats, pretty much is how it works. So our raids have been smaller than they should have been for a long time because we haven't gone like a season or two without a death, and I don't even know how long. Already heard that? You could sleep when you're dead. Alright. Are you nimble or tough or anything? No. Yes! What are you doing? Oh, okay. I thought you were melee. Oh, we got a hit on it! These guys aren't gonna help their friend? Come on. Damascus is good. Jealous doesn't matter because we got a barracks. But no. He survived. Nope. Spoke too soon. He did not, in fact, survive, turns out. Splat. Do I have a melee weapon? Oh, there's one left. I forgot there was 3 groups. Let's just make all the mistakes. Good thing he's blocking for us. Nice. All right. How are you? Fast walker, kind. It's good. Otherwise, though, not great. Fast walker without being able to do dumb labor also is kind of annoying, but. Quiet donkey. Already working on it. Okay. Super immune, body purist, slightly hypersensitive. Eh. Artery blocked as well. Yeah. Ah, well. Well, I got some more damage in on that turret. Very little, but damage nonetheless. This colony just needs to sit here and chill. Yeah, worth a look. I didn't even notice them at first that they down instead died, so definitely worth checking. All right. Lots of raids today. Lots of raids. Transport pod, pirate over here. Bloodlust, staggeringly ugly. Lots of social fights there. Good medical, good construction. But actually good at the other colony. The other colony needs another builder and another medic. Bloodlust, staggeringly ugly is a lot of social fighting though. It really is. Let's grab them at least for medical XP, then we'll decide. So we don't have a great way to send them to the other colony right now either. Looks like it's time to put these guys on the biphasic. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. I don't know why I did it that way. Alright, we'll save them. Right now, too, and every time something rots. I'm pretty paranoid now. Oh, God. Yeah, a lot of people say that, like, when there's a death sound in my game, or raid or something. Like, oh, God. They're playing at the same time. Brista's one of the founding colonists in your playthrough. Mr. Wall, safely, can you build a bed there to clear raids there? Yeah, or build anything, but, yeah, it's a little risky. Might be worth building something that's not even flammable just to pull them in. I'd have to micromanage it, which is not a bad thing, I suppose. They're gonna see these corpses. So we could do like, wonder if they would aggro to an animal box. Because they're really fast to build too. So we could do like animal sleeping box, marble. have it be here. As long as the person gets it built without breaking down, we micromanage it. Some raiders will break off in order to destroy the box, and then they'll get hit as they're leaving this. Although they might just leave this direction and be in cover. But I mean, they'll have more of a chance to get hit while they're coming up here either way. So it might be worth an attempt. Problem is, Big One is the only one that can really build right now. We also have, the donkeys can actually haul. So we might can have a donkey bring Merrick this corpse in so we don't get the -10. Let's see if we can get that done too. So let's go ahead and clear area 1. Expand area 1 to here. All right, let's see. Donkeys are one of our big defense though, but so we'll get rid of the -10 if we can get it done. We'll see. How's our ongoing today? Lots of raids today. Let's go, Wolf. We're getting some crossfire going on. Yep. That didn't go quite as planned. Those actually have a really... Yeah, this is going to be really... To make that box, we'd have to sneak up this side. Those ones actually have good line of sight all the way to there. So we'd have to go here and then move... Yeah, I'm not going to risk it. It was worth seeing how the pathing was going to go, but oh well. We just wait. Hopefully that donkey death doesn't come back to bite me. But it's worth checking. Why do you need to move the body? Because an unburied colonist is a -10 mood debuff until you actually rot away completely. And also, yeah, the building the box thing is way too dangerous. We could build it somewhere else and then bring it up there, but I think it's still going to be too dangerous. Because they're going to want to path around this, so we'd have to like make an allowed area over and over and over and piggyback there. I think we're just better off waiting and hope this goes out. So, oh well. Worth sacrificing the donkey to see how it was going to work out. Better than sacrificing a person. Yeah, but if you leave someone unburied, it's a -10. -10. So. And we've sent like boomalopes and stuff to go die on the corpse set on fire in the past. And sometimes it'll burn before it starts raining. But you're on an area that's not very flammable, so it'd have to die right on top of you, pretty much, or in this area, so that it hops over. Plus, it might just rain, might waste our boomalope. So, not looking hopeful that we're gonna be able to do it. Might actually work on taming. The animatree here was within the Defoliator Ship range, so now this calling has a -6 from the Psychic Scream for 6 days, a -3 from Merrick from 6 days, and a -10 from Unburied for 10 days. Or longer than 10 days. I'm not sure exactly the number of days it takes them to rot. Oh, man. Let's go on Raider, welcome in. We'd have to drop pod them to the other base is one of the problems here too. Just reduce resistance. We can actually reduce the resistance almost instantly. Bloodlust, staggeringly ugly. So many social fights. Not very good at melee. I think we're just gonna wait. Let's just get rid of him. Put those at the corner where the fire can jump. Chance to interact with others. Yeah, but the problem is that screws up with our biphasic thing. I mean, I guess I could just put them on the opposite of that, but yeah. They're not super great anyway. I'll just wait. We can be pretty selective over at that base, so. Like, I'd have to... Yeah. With this schedule, they would end up interacting. Even with the flip, at least sometime. But anyway, it's fun. All right, so just my better judgment, I'm gonna go ahead and start working on this. So we're gonna make a biofuel refinery. Start in here for now, it's fine. So we'll finally get some components at this map. I guess we can just deconstruct this. See what we get from that first. Oh, wait. Yeah, we have the EMI here. I can't do it. So we would have to tame Boomalopes to do it, basically. Yeah, hang on. Do we have any Boomalopes left on this map? Yeah, we do have quite a few. An off-site EMI. A little worried about doing this though. There's a panther down there. Kind of far away. Let's wait until they path somewhere else. Yeah. Strategy behind playing 2 bases at once is so that if one base falls, you can continue playing and save all of your research. It's the biggest one. We've already had that happen, so this we would have already lost this run if it wasn't for a second base. You can see where our main base fell. We have base 2 and 3 now, but there's where the main base fell quite a while back. We went from 90,000 wealth to 4,700. Second thing is other bases have their own population curve, their own wealth, so it makes it easier to defend those ones, stay small, contribute to research when you can, and also they get a lot easier time recruiting, so you can recruit, be very specific, recruit good people, send them to your main colony. But yeah, without the secondary base, we would have already started over probably multiple times on this playthrough. So, and they can send things back and forth, which is nice, you know, when you get to that point. Obviously, we can't at the moment because of all the EMI crap going on, but it's another one of the benefits in the long haul. Oh, man. How close are we to the other? So we need to ally them too. That will open up even more trades. Traders coming through and hopefully taking out that mortar. Or not mortar, EMI. So as soon as we get the next big batch of rice in, we'll send it over to them. How far away are we on them? Oh, minus 80. I mean, it won't be too hard to get to neutral with them, I suppose. This colony is just gonna chill, grow some grass. Nimble, kind, psychically hypersensitive artist. 63 years old. So many random mech things. So we got the mechs here, we got the ship there, we got a cluster up there. Got a mech raid today here. Yeah, we just gotta wait for Merrick to rot. Sad. Wait for the next tragedy to occur. These guys are pretty happy even to call us death. They should have some inspiration soon. What's the worst movie I've ever seen? Oh man. Oh god. What was that sci-fi movie with oh man, I can't remember the name of it. After Earth was pretty bad, but there's one even worse. What's that sci-fi movie with John Travolta where he plays an alien? Oh my god. It's one of the worst, most boring. Battlefield Earth, thank you. I apparently tried to wipe it out of my memory. Saturday Night Fever. He plays an alien. That explains a lot. Oh my god, Battlefield Earth. That might be the worst, most boring piece of crap movie ever. So he beat to the punch on Saturday Night Fever. Battlefield Earth, After Earth. Apparently lots of movies with Earth in the name. Lots being two. Man, I haven't thought of Battlefield Earth in so long. It was written by L. Ron Hubbard after all. Uh-oh. Suddenly I'm getting even more comments on YouTube complaining about videos. Scientologist brigade. Seen worse. I probably have too, but man, oh man. That's the first one that comes to mind. It's not even one of those where it's so bad it's good. Like, you laugh at it even though it's not supposed to be funny. It's just straight up bad. We're gonna send them a bunch of medicine soon. Did you make enemies outside Scientologists feel bad for you? Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy stuff. God. Battlefield Earth. Why would you do this to me, baby carrots? Make me remember this movie. I hadn't thought about that movie in years. What is yours, baby carrots? What did you have in mind? The Aragon movie? So I actually didn't mind the Aragon movie. It's not great, and I saw it before I read the book, so I think that's part of it, you know? The Aragon movie, it was all right. It wasn't good, but it wasn't one of those that's just like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. I would rather die than watch this again. But book is better. That's always the case, pretty much. If you had read the books first, yeah, that's what I figured too, but it's incredibly disappointing. Queen of the Damned movie. Oh, I forgot about that. Man, isn't that like one of the last things she did? Didn't she die in a plane crash almost right after that movie? It's tough because you like bad movies. Transformers 2 through the last one, Crystal. More wild people. What is going on? Wild people love the jungle. Jungle tiles have higher chance of wild people or what? They even had to do some of her scenes via CGI. I didn't realize that. Yeah. It's sad though. I think so. Has there been a time when a movie was better than the book? I'm trying to think. I think there was an example. I don't know. There's kind of, it's going to cause a lot of issues. I like both a lot, but there is something to say about maybe the Lord of the Rings movies a little bit, just a little bit. The books are extremely good. I love the books as well and the movies, but there are definitely some times when Tolkien is a little long-winded, right? So those are maybe even. Fight Club is kind of the same way. I really love Fight Club. The book is good too. You know, so at least it's not like one is awesome and one's a turd. So Queen Damn soundtrack is awesome too. The movie was just bad. You thought of Lord of the Rings right away as well. Yeah, that's the first two that come to mind. Yeah, exactly. Like Tolkien has quite a few places where it's just like songs for pages, which is fine, but I'd rather hear someone sing them. The Shining, I can agree with that too, actually. Shining better as a movie. And again, part of the reason why is because the long-windedness of Stephen King. Holy Christ. So The Stand, for instance, the Stand movie, which was initially a miniseries. The Stand miniseries is not great. I like it. It's good. But The Stand as a book is so friggin' long. And then they released like an anniversary edition with like a bunch of the stuff that he cut out. It's like an extra 200 pages of just like nothing important. Yeah, Stephen King is really long-winded. So those are pretty good hits too. I agree with Shining. You love Stephen King with a passion. 2 pages is too long to describe a shoelace. The funny thing about Stephen King too is he will have these writing rules that he tells people, and then he just completely goes against them. I mean, obviously he can, but one of them was like one of his big ones is the not using adverbs very much. He always says that, and then he will have like weird adverbs. He'll have tons of them, including like made up ones and stuff, and people like point them out. But no, he's really long-winded. I agree with his Shining. Yeah, that's a good example. Another Travolta that was a big WTF is Swordfish. Oh man, I forgot about that too. Dreams of nonsense. All high. Yeah. The anniversary edition of Stand also has some very yikes scenes in it. Yeah, that's like it. Like it was one that I watched the original movie before I read the book. I'm not sure I would have watched the movie if I had read the book. The pact at the end of it. What is going on there? To make sure this never happens again, all of these little boys must sleep with this little girl. It's like, what are you doing, Stephen King? What's going on with you? Drugs. Drugs is going on with him, and alcohol. Some messed up. The pact is sealed. Ugh. Not the kind of pact. Let's go to Steel Sound. Welcome in. Psycho's better than the book. The book is bad. Presentation much stronger. Yeah, I think so too. That's another one though. I actually watched the movie first, so it's harder for me to say. But yeah, Lord of the Rings, Fight Club, Shining. Those are the 3 that highest missed. Shawshank is really awesome. So Muzz has a work frenzy. It's fine. Maximum Overdrive. Man, Maximum Overdrive, I've talked about that before. It used to come on those like USA or TNT or whatever all the friggin' time. I hated that stupid movie. Oh, the alien-controlled cars just need gas. That scene where they line up for miles down the road just to get refueled and so they stop killing people. We're gonna run out of gas. Let's go, Jimmy. Never read the Forrest Gump book either, yeah. I feel like drugs are involved with Maximum Overdrive. Alright. Let's get another pod to send. We gotta make some more allies so we get more trade opportunities coming through. What's going on? Not much. Just having our strange Saturday morning conversations. I don't know why this always happens on Saturday. But it's fun. We'll see how much rep this will be. In between raids. Just talk about stuff. Bought RimWorld about 3 weeks ago and you're loving it. Yeah, it's an awesome game. Welcome to the addiction. Good, they went off the rails from the books. Like Game of Thrones. don't know. I think I'm worried for years that George R.R. Martin's gonna die before he finishes. Now he's a video game writer, so. Outlanders, so pirates this time. They're gonna prepare for a little bit. Those ones are actually going to make it. Those ones are not gonna get hit by this. Is it just them? These ones might get hit by it. Incendiary launchers all around. Okay. Yeah, he's one of the riders on Elden Ring. Yep. He's gonna die more than he's actually gonna die. I mean, we already have a wall built to block the pathing. The only other thing I could do is open this one and close this up to see if these will get there. But it's like they're just gonna skirt around this and maybe like one shot gets off, unfortunately. Third book of the series, apparently the author put out the AMA on her site. I couldn't remember writing the first two. What? What book is that, Aspen? That's crazy. It might trigger them if they get the hit in, but we don't have time to build this wall before they attack. Not with one builder that's not even very good at building. We got our traps up in time, but this is pirates, so I don't see any like marine armor or anything, recon armor. What? Yeah, they have someone wearing tribal gear. What I should do is build these walls and put an open door on them. And then when we have something like this, open or close the door depending on which way will be most likely to go through the cluster. Yeah. I think it'd be like 4, but we don't have time. 1, 2, 3, yeah, 4. I think I'll do that with the doors afterwards. Melanie Ron, the Capitol's Tower, you think? Awesome Rider, the Dragon Prince series. So, and there's like 4 pirates at the other side. I think I want to leave that there. Because it can drop in a worse place later that's bigger. I think I'm just going to leave that there. Not too bothered by it. Unless there ends up being a raid that waking this up will help us a ton with. I think we're okay. Because these have a max tile. For anyone that doesn't know, the ring from the Defoliator Ship is 100 tiles. So it's maybe going to get the very edge, the corner there. We measured it out. Which isn't really a big deal for us. But an Amazon placeholder was supposed to come out 97. Zid, thank you for the follow, Zid. Alright, here they come. Might be missing that donkey now. Supposed to be at 97. Yeah, they're a little late on it. They don't remember writing the first 2. That's really crazy.
Our modest fellowship expands.
The other 3 are on their way.
Praise the sub.
How many traps we got left? Or bypass some of them. Old man shenanigans. Shenanigans. Thank you for the subscription. Very much appreciated. Thank you for the support. Yeah, we have enough traps. We're fine. They didn't have armor or anything, so. All right. How are the wigglers here? Slightly dull, kind misogynist. Kind misogynist, okay. Animals, cooking, construction. 49. What else we got? A kind cannibal. Good at melee. Only 27. Too smart, ugly teetotaler. Huh. We do need some bodies too, because we're gonna have to take out a pirate site here. But also just capture them all and release them for rep. Yeah. Let's just grab what we can. Either way. And then we can decide if we're actually going to keep any. Yeah, that's a lot of wigglers. Crazy when you have low wealth. How many opportunities you get? Oops. All right, let's go through them now. Kind cannibal, good at fighting. I might actually take them and send them off to the EMI. This base is pretty far away from that EMI site, though. It's 6 days away. I could do a Hail Mary on one of these. So once our... I think I can actually get someone to the side without... If they get through this little no man's zone, no man's land, they could probably take that out. They would die afterwards, but... I wonder if there's a fan fiction for the third book at this point. Turns out it's better than the original. This one's pretty tempting though. Kind of undoes misogynist a little bit, kinda. Not very good at melee. They're a little old. Construction's good, cooking's good, animals good. So I think I'm gonna release this one for rep. Release this for rep. It's Manabu! What's up? Manabu, one of the recurring characters in this run that aren't even a member of our colony. Just keeps showing up. Oh no, an auto join. Why does this keep happening on this map? Manabu's died. Yeah. The problem is we only have the one builder and they're not very good at it. And I don't want to, and they're doing everything. So that's the only downside, you know, is like the one person that's actually good at building. The problem is if they die and go unburied, we'll have another negative on this colony for a long time. I'm gonna see how we can approach this from this side. I wonder if you can actually get Merrick's body back.
Our community grows.
And then that would save us the -10. So we could do like a dump zone here. Gotta put you on that zone, don't I? That's what I was gonna try to do, is bury them back here, but now we're gonna have 2 left. She got him a little bit closer. Just one more auto join, we can bury them both. It's crazy the stuff we have to do with this melee only run. It's like pretty ridiculous. But... Alright, we gotta get some traps back up here. Mech Hive traps are down. All Scythers. Scyther's gonna get in too. Yep, but I'm talking about that already. Like, our builder, we only have 1 builder left, and they're like the vital person. So if they move over the wrong way, that was just an auto join anyway. But we can build a wall, but we'd have to take the stuff up there, and you can't force a pathing on it. So they'll try to go around this slowly walking area, and they'll get down pretty easily or pretty quickly. And if it doesn't go well and they get down, we're kind of screwed. The EMI. It's not flammable, so Boomalope's dying up there wouldn't actually help too much, but. Alright. Man, this is gonna be rough. Well, we're gonna be losing some limbs here, I do believe. Hopefully that's it. Who needs limbs? I do. This might be it. Like, I don't know that we can take all those out. Scythers have such high DPS. It's our crutch. Colony 2 might be done. We didn't get the trap stack up in time. Should have worked on that instead of trying to deal with a cluster. There's 1 left. Who can do Doctrine that's up? Flash Person, Raider, and Merrick. Flash Person, Raider, Merrick. Health, dead in 4 hours. Merrick. Tend. Just need to staunch the flow. Okay, how's Muzz? Muzz in 4. Visitors, alright. Raider. Tend to Muzz. House Flesh. Flesh, you're gonna have self-tinned. Muzz in 4. Someone's already... Raider's on his way there. Dead in 3. Yanni might be dead. Flesh is getting themselves done. Infection on the prisoner, whatever. See how we are here. So who's our best doctor that's actually up? Flesh? He's hurting. 5 hours, they're getting stabilized. Looks like we mainly lost fingers. Another raid kills us right now, though, no matter what it is. Yeah, the 2 pets saved it. Unfortunately, if I had that one other donkey that I sacrificed up there, I'd be better off. We have breakdowns right now, also. That's going to be pretty rough. All right, Flesh is stabilized. Yanni almost. Okay, Flesh, you don't have any bleeding, so... Okay, go ahead and tend to them. Merrick, you can lay in the bed. Muzz in 5, Yanni in 12, actually, so... Muzz in 6. Yanni stabilized, get on them instead. You guys get over here? No problems. Look on the positive side? Yeah. Yeah, Chicken Army be alright. Scythers tear right through them, but... take some damage. Yeah, we're gonna need more animals. Get these traps up too. Even if we have to make stone ones. Takes longer to make stone ones. They do more damage though. 8 hours. Muzz is being... Let's see, Royal Tribute Collector. Oh, please go to that cluster. Okay. So Yanni's still bleeding, so we do need to still staunch that. Big one as well. Muzz still bleeding. Yeah, one more bleed. Okay. Hopefully one of these shots hit them. We're done with this friggin' thing. At the very least, hopefully the Empire will be here for a little bit to protect us while we recover. Okay, big one is staunched. Back to Yanni now. Come on, turret. You can bullseye us, but miss the Empire with every shot, huh? Missed him again. Maybe on their way out. If we get lucky. Alright. Flesh. You're feeding them? Okay, good. A gift. A short bow. Nice, thanks. Wow. It's not helping much. It's really not. I was gonna spread it out this way, but just haven't had time. We lost our builder. So the one builder that we have is very much not good at it. Flesh, you need to eat, actually. The plague on Zamana. Oh, thank God for... They're not even sickly. Thank God for Zamana. And I thought we were dead there, so we're actually kind of lucky in a crazy sort of way. All we have left is the Boomalope. Mounted short bow. Very short, much pew, such bow. Let's go, Ludo. Mad World. Thank you for the follow during that, by the way. Let's go on Beats. Welcome in. Pretty rough. Muzz, you're incapable of walking. I like how every shot hit us, you know? These people are just like, doot, 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 doot. Like, nah, oh, headshot. Oh, there's something shooting at me. Come on, you got this. They did not have that. Maybe you should at least take some cover, you know? Maybe they're Fleeb. It took me a really long time to realize he was getting shot at, yeah. Fleeb. Mana, you're on bed rest already. Good. Can't believe we're alive. Crazy that we're alive. Who's the cook here? Flesh. I'm gonna have you cook some meals too. You gotta get rest first though. Breakdowns are coming. Took the cover, then the wall collapsed, then he died. Yeah, not his lucky day. Not at all. Whoops keeps having these inspirations, but you can't do anything because they don't have a spine. They ain't got no spine. A RimWorld playthrough? Well, it's usually good to have a variety of things. So some of the things you want to have, like you want to get to mortars really quickly, so you don't just get beaten by sieges. And then you want to have an area where you can condense the raid into and kill the frontal assaults. Usually you want to use heavy SMGs until you get up to 15 shooting skill, and then switch over to assault rifles or charge rifles, depending on kind of where you are. Heavy SMGs are extremely good though, so you'll have that, and then you'll want turrets around to dissuade sappers and to aggro drop pod raids. And once you have that, you know, you just keep expanding on that. That's the basics. Mortars for sieges and clusters, including some EMP shells for clusters that have high shields. You can EMP shell them to drop the high shield temporarily. And then some odds and ends for random occurrences, you know. But if you want to see what one of those defenses look like, we just did a 500% no pause Cassandra run, really standard run. It's up on YouTube. The whole thing is on there, and since it doesn't use mods or anything like that, it's a pretty good example of kind of what you can do baseline and how to build to take care of different situations like that and kind of when you want to get to it. So if you haven't watched that, check that one out. It's the most recent RimWorld run that's up on the YouTube channel, and you can watch it at like 2x, you know, skip through whatever. But that's a standard run where we can use guns and everything. Oh man, so Muzz is probably gonna be down for a little bit, so we're gonna have to make Flesh Person cook, but they're pretty bad at it. And he's also not very happy. It's not in good shape. We're gonna have to do it, or else people are gonna starve. You can live without a spine. In RimWorld, you can. Stomachs are also not vital organs. I remember that from the patch notes. I think it was in 1.1. We're reading through the 1.1 patch notes when they came out. It was like, stomachs are no longer vital organs. Nice. Bad back, just rip out the whole spine. Oh man, that feels bad. It ran out of wood during a 4x cook. Yeah, that sucks. See how much rep this would be. Plus 35. Might just do it. Well, we're not getting this rep. They're all dying in there. More important to save our own colonists. All right, Ashen. Thank you. Be safe. Flash, get some of those meals done, man. Just remove random parts, like just remove the ear and stuff. Yeah, some mods for that, obviously, but not sell. You can't sell people unless they can walk. And I don't think either of these, any of these, can walk. No. Exotic goods. Oh my god, the first exotic goods trader in forever. We've been waiting for one of those. Tyrons, Ionics. I but not. Where's the prisoner? Yeah. The barracks back to a +1 at least. We got enough mood debuffs right now. We got colonists left unburied. Dead colonists. We got all kinds of crap going on. You know what? No one can go back there. So if you go back there, you're gonna see a bunch of corpses right now. I don't want you to. Although there's corpses up here too. One of the few good uses for the pain block spell. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really like pain block in general, but yeah. That's true. You have someone with 1/10 of an eye. Come on, hit them. Come on, Genelou. One in melee. Yeah, get down, Granny. Come on, Mech Cluster, hit them. Good grief. Well. Oh, you got one more shot. One opportunity. Not like they... Well, they have an SMG. Maybe on their way up. Party. Having a party while Zamana's over here dying of the plague. Alright. We've got one shot, don't miss your chance. This opportunity comes once in a RimWorld day, apparently. Psychic Soothe Pulsar. Might have to grab it, hit it. We're gonna have a lot of breakdowns, all the death and stuff. I mean, just can't flex. Does lower our wealth a little bit. Probably should. Buy an elephant for this map. Slaughterer. Oh man, the only animal we have blows up. This won't lead them out here, will it? Boy, wouldn't that suck. I think it will, actually. I might have to pull them back, unless this dies right away. Could just try to arrest him, but I don't really have anyone. Oh, there we go. It's 100%. Might be too late. Big one. Are you too slow? Just let him blow himself up. Be done with it. Wait, will he still go Slaughterer on this if it's downed? No, he doesn't. Okay. Well, it's dead. It's dead, so. Does he still get Catharsis? He does! Alright. Suit Holster or Elephant? I think we have to buy the Elephant, actually. Will he immediately... No. I think that's what we gotta do, because if we have another raid and we don't have an animal to block right now, we just die. Suit Pulsar, without it, we might can live, but... Yeah, the steel walls might burn, which might actually help us. There goes those corpses. Fantastic. Do I have anyone that can keep the elephant tame, though? Yes, we do. All right. So, table or after breakdown? It's fine. Yeah, I think the elephant's more important than the pulsar. Wish I could get both, but... Muzz needs fed. Raider, I'm gonna need you to feed someone. He's kind of like just chilling over here. I don't know what's going on. We're gonna get rescue Yanni. His time is was coming. There he is. He's back. He's fine. Don't worry about him. He wasn't starving or anything. Just catatonic. Just don't come back here for a little bit, all right? Just. When she's able to walk again, we'll release her. But. Alright, we gotta get that elephant trained to attack, but problem is, I think Muzz is our only person that can tame it. And they are currently down. Merrick almost able to tame it, not quite. He's at 8. But we gotta get it able to attack. Can we build this wall really quick so these traders leave this way? How close are you to breaking down? Happily nude. All right. I don't... Mike can do it if we do it out of wood really quick. So, big one, go build this. Anyone else starving right now? I don't think so. Flash is really slow. Raider, are you about to have a breakdown? Or are you doing all right? Let's see. No, you're fine. You can go. Destruct that. Oh, right. I think elephants are 7. And the 10 is their chance to attack, right? I think that's right. Elephants team at 7. 10% chance to attack if they're wild. I think that's where I was mixing up the 7 and the 10. I think you are right. Randy's like, wait, don't close that. Yeah, I'm gonna do the doors. Yeah. The traders will use the doors while I will do it, but not yet. I'm starving. Okay. So handle, Muzz is up. Merrick. Okay, they're both set to 1, so the elephant should get trained. Okay. All right. See how this works out. I need to check my daughter really quick as well, so I'm gonna grab these, put it in the walls. It won't take me very long, but just in case. Just in case. You guys don't let anyone die, alright? That's all I ask of you. You got this. No pause. Chat plays RimWorld. You got it. You're back. Alright, we good. Sad chair. Mouse, welcome back. What I may do to make the chair so sad? I just sit on it all day. Wait, what happened to Muzz while I was gone? Why is there a mad gazelle? Hang on, what'd you guys do? Oh, he passed out smoking. It's fine. It worked! Finally. Nice smoke pop belt. They absolutely have this. The day has finally come. It's been here 50 days. Almost an entire year. It's over. It's done. That's right. We did it, Mr. Frodo. I don't know. What's going on?
Someone is feeling festive.
We did it. We defeated the mech cluster. You can tell because we have the mood buff. Defeated mech cluster. We did it. Yeah. My rival, Hail Mary, died. Did it, guys. We are the champion. Gotta be careful, I'll get YMCA'd for that. It's fun to sing about. Now we get trap stack up. How do we not have a death? How do we not have a death? I don't know. I don't know. Eating raw food. That's what we gotta do right now. I guess Muzz is still down, or he's down again. Let's refuel it so this doesn't happen. Yeah, the corpses are gone too from the fire. Glorious. Glorious. Lamp. Thank you, Lamp. Appreciate you. My favorite lamp I've ever had. Death's Run. Yeah. The Starfield. I love Lamp. That's all I need. Oh, Zamana, are you up from the plague? All right, you're fine. Look at you, Zamana. Whoa. Tiberius, it lives. Tiberius isn't a faction, it's a state of mind. I was like, what? Who turned the lights on? Yeah. Right. I can actually cook at the stove now. I was letting him finish that either way because he's already doing it, but there we go. Tiberius is love. Tiberius is life. Tiberius. Who is it? Flesh person, I think. Yeah. All right, now we just need the rain, Randy. Just the rain. Tiberius' 4 strategic wood walls. This colony has an elephant now. If we can get it tamed. In fact, let's leave it inside the walls. If it eats stuff, whatever, but it can get tamed here. The lightning defense would be broken on a tiny map run, for instance. Yeah, it can. I understand this stuff. It can cause problems not only with the fire, but like I told you, it destroys stuff around that one tile. But yeah, it would help a lot on that kind of run. Let's go on Jabril. Welcome in. That Smokeleaf, you deserve it. Animatree. Animatree linking. Nice. I'm actually gonna go for another tier 1. So that we hopefully get stun over here. That would help us a lot. Look how happy this colony is over here. Wait. No. They don't. Why was everyone a rival with Hail Mary? Destroy floor tiles. If not, you can make the corridor wider and still stay eye into walking under the opening. I don't know if it'll actually destroy them. That's a good question. It'll still panic the raiders, of course. Like when they get hit by lightning, they just panic, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't test if it would destroy flooring. It destroys walls and furniture and stuff like that, but I didn't test flooring. Rain anytime, Randy. Rule of feet 1 or 2 a day. It's a bad day. It's not the rule I know about it. Oh, yeah, there's the rest of it. Meet 3+, that's probably you, yeah. What's the common denominator of this equation? All day long you meet nothing every day but jerks? Maybe you're the jerk. The mech cluster's gone after 50 days. Power is restored. Fighting the claw drop either. Yeah, I don't know. I need to put that door there. Silent gains. Did you get Zmana? Hopefully stun. Chunk skip. Yeah. It's calling me safe. Love chunk skip. The worst. The worst. Yeah, we might grab that. Put that door there, like I said, so we can open and close whichever side we want. Raiders are going to destroy the door every now and then, but might still be worth. Do I want the cloth? I mean, we could send it to an ally as well. Or to make an ally. In fact, I need to send this off sometime. Just go ahead and do it. Actually, let's wait. We can actually put more in there. So I'm going to wait. Yeah, I'm not sure. I might just let the cloth go. 214. We're good on clothing at this colony. Although, again, we could send it off. We have that back there that we need to grab also. Yeah. I don't worry about it. Let's go on Gus. Welcome in. I'm honestly surprised that we only lost fingers and toes against that Scyther hit. But speaking of, we need to get Traffic up. Super important. Who's happy enough to move a corpse? We'll never do hauling. Not you. Not you. Is anyone that currently has Catharsis? Flesh person does. He's moving pretty slow right now, but he's not that slow. Their wealth, yeah, and they just don't need it at the moment. Like, they don't have high enough wealth to need that kind of recreation variety. So it doesn't add a ton of wealth making them, but I mean, it does add some. Plus, they just don't need it yet. Actually, they're at negative 56. How much was this giving us? I just wanted to hover and actually misclicked. Oh well. They're at negative 21 now, so we'll need to send one more care package. So there's steel there. There's a red mountain we'd have to fill in after the fact. Got some stuff to smelt. We got the machines to break down. Let's see what we have after that. Let's go on Fury. Welcome in. So this one's still getting hit by EMI off map, so they're just going to stay and chill as they are. We're kind of growing too much food over here. So I'm going to cut this back a little bit. Dump in a lake too? Yeah. Especially because we can't use Molotovs or incendiary launchers, so at least they'll rot faster in the lake. Flesh, you still got Catharsis going on? Yeah, you do. We can get variety, but yeah, recreation strength to be, that's true. So maybe they wouldn't need the full four blocks I have assigned, for instance. Yeah, we can actually, we do have shield belts research, but we'll need to make a machining table, which will be worth it, but we need to get enough steel. I'm gonna see how much steel we end up pulling off these mechs and these smelted weapons, and then we'll see if we need to come out here and mine this and fill it in. Fish trapping. What about fire? Oh. Random boomalope. And another one. Never use nutrient paste. Yeah, nutrient paste is really good. I usually use it on Sometimes, a lot of times I'll use it early in Naked Brutality or in Crash Landed, because they start with it, and well, don't start with it, but the research. I mean, and it's very efficient. It's very, very efficient. So a lot of times I'll do it, especially in places that have single bedrooms, barracks, because it kind of offsets the mood. One of the strong things about nutrient paste, not only does it make it so you don't have to have someone cooking, it makes it so that you don't need to grow as much food because it's very efficient. It also means that you don't get food poisoning. And then the other thing that's kind of overlooked sometimes, I think, is unless you cheese it where it dispenses meals and you save those meals and you have people carry them or whatever, people have to come back and get the nutrient paste to eat. And so you never get the 8 without a table either. You can just have one table and be fine with never getting the 8 without a table. Because they always come back and the table's right there by it. So nutrient paste is really strong as long as you have the power. As long as you have power on. Keep some meals in reserve just in case. No, we tested it. Plasma swords apparently won't light things on fire like that. Like if you attack furniture or like one of your own, whatever. Actually, was it tested on actual corpses? Oh, did I not finish building the roof there? I don't think we did. Do you remember testing on corpses? Yeah, I couldn't remember. So maybe, a resounding maybe. Let me know if you find out. Marriage is on. Zabana and Hystaric get married already. Corpses are considered objects, so probably not. All right. How's our elephant doing? Not too far away from being. It shouldn't have. Yeah, it sucked at first because that was our first. When we were doing this, that was our idea for maybe eventually being able to to light things on fire, like corpses or burn tunnel, and we ended up using weaponized boomerang instead, which was pretty awesome. 32 tax. They do indeed taste like Coca-Cola. Plan for the elephants. It's going to be the tank at this colony, basically, for the choke. So it'll be in the middle. We'll attack from the side with it. So, and it'll haul things and whatnot. This colony has 3 elephants, which has saved them many times. Where's the rain, Randy? Should be about at the point where you make it rain. Won't matter here soon. Man, oh man, I thought we were dead earlier. That Scyther raid was pretty brutal. Cannot believe we're still alive. Let's see. Do you want to grab components? I might just wait until the elephant can haul for the steel. I kind of want to grab the component. They're going to see corpses, though. It's just one component. I don't know. It's probably not worth the risk. Up here near the edge of the map, plus going by corpses and whatnot. I'll think about it. Right, big one, are you? Yeah, you're happy enough to make a trap. Oh, there's so little wood. I have to make some stone traps. It just takes so long to build. They do more damage, more armor pin. They obviously don't burn, which is nice. Is it gonna rain? Oh well. Can't believe we're actually gonna be able to research again soon. It's been so long. Should just probably let them put it out further away, but that's fine. Just in raids. No, but the reason I mentioned Randy specifically about the edge of the map is Cassandra has a cycle, so you know when she's on cooldown, so you can literally just wait until she can't attack you, and then you can go like mine near the edge of the map, go grab stuff at the edge of the map, and you know you're safe. She literally, there's a lot of literallys there, Adam. Anyway, she can't attack you if she's on cooldown. Randy though can hit you at any time. So if we do have someone up here, I've had people kidnapped so often. It supposedly doesn't know to send, like, it's not like, oh, they're at the edge of the map, let's send a raid. But I have had it happen so many times, lost people that try not to do it anymore. Where is the raid? I mean, the EMI field doesn't count as a forced weather, I'm pretty sure. A dangerous blueprint. 32 by 23. Rain? Can you spare some rain? Rain? Spare rain? Spare some rain? There we go. There we go. Alright. Slaver. Still got one corpse in there. Flesh, are you still cathartic? Yeah, you are. And haul them out of here. We gotta get these done for their tier rated. I mean, it's gonna take a while, but the wood is so far away. It's kind of silly. That's the one that we have to deal with to trade. Is he even going to make it to the base? Oh my god. 90-year-old dementia, cataracts in both eyes, frail, bad back, a minor blockage in their heart. What is your movement speed? 23%. His movement speed is less than 1.88. Annoying voice, pyromaniac. How'd you live this long and get like no skills in life? Someone get that man a bike. Hey, we haven't learned how to make wheels, all right? We can build spaceships, go to other planets. Wheels are beyond our understanding. Let's negotiate with the guy with dementia. His name's Handy. There's only two ways I can think of that he got that name. One, he's good around the house. He can fix stuff. No matter what it is. You need something repaired in the house, he's very handy. The other way I'm not going to talk about on stream. We're going to have to go out there. We're going to have... Alright, let's go. The labor animals mutes. Cataracts in both eyes for a reason. That's what I was thinking too. He's gonna leave where he's down here. He's gonna starve on our map. So let's just see. I can actually check the slaves down there. We've done that before. Wow. Capable of violence, capable of dumb labor. Sanguine. Turtle. Capable of violence and dumb labor. No wonder you guys got kidnapped. 65-year-old slowpoke brawler. Wow, look at the crafting. Maybe I should buy some Binoxidil while they're here. Nah, we never get diseases. Could you imagine losing people to disease? What a sad cherry boat now. How are they traveling? Why don't they let him ride on the muffalo? Strap him on there. Give Handy a seat on the muffalo. All right, you guys got these trash back up. Nice. Famous last words. There's a mod for that. The Giddy Up mod. So the first time I used Giddy Up, I don't know why, but I wasn't expecting enemies to also be able to use it. No idea why I thought they wouldn't be able to or whatever, but... It was quite the shock when we had some, like a tribal roll in on the back of a grizzly bear, and I was like, he was booking it across the map. Of course, he was way faster than a lot of his people, and he got there really quickly and died first, but nonetheless, it was a little bit of a shock. Imagine if these were just, like, oh my god. They've got weaponized grizzly bears. Makes melee raiders way tougher, though. We had a melee raid when I was using Giddy Up, and several of them in a single raid had mega slaws. You don't tell me fast. You haven't seen any kind of wheelchair mod? Allows local spawns to move at half their manipulation or something like that. Yeah, that'd be kind of neat. Another slaver at this. They heard that we lost 2 pawns, so they're showing up. Hey, heard you guys need some bodies. We have bodies. Whoa, transport pod inside the base. With the Empire? Yeah, we'll help you. Some Empire rep. Why can't all the drop pods just go inside our wall? Not all drop pods. All like refugee drop pods. Let's settle down. If those Scythers earlier had been drop podded in the base, we would have lost. We almost lost even when they were drop podded outside. Observation and tiredness. They keep trying to mount up before leaving, and they were too tired. It's funny. Enemy drop pods do often happen to the base. Yeah, we had one of those yesterday. I still can't get over yesterday how I got tricked by that sapper raid. It had been just so long since we saw sappers, and I don't know why. I just didn't even think about it. And I saw they had like grenades and stuff, and I was like, oh, grenades, we gotta kill him first. And I get everyone moved over, like the elephants and stuff moved over to the trap tunnel, and then I hear an explosion, and instantly in my head I'm like, I have made a mistake. Something bad is happening. All right, let's see who you guys got. Trade with Jane, the slaver. You got a polar bear. I don't need a polar bear. I have elephants. Mavranus. Steadfast body purist. Can Yodor? Yes, I can. I can door quite well. Stink bug. Stink bug. Alive. What's going on? How's it going, Cyril? Not much. Just scraping by on this friggin' run. Someone glitched me. It was Ashen. Thanks, Ashen. It was you. Yanni, can you just get over this? All right, I know almost everyone died. The base was in hideous shape. Scythers made it in. Everyone was down but like one person. That's no reason to have a breakdown. We defeated the mech cluster. You should just be happy. +4, just get up. I think you're faking it. Faking it. The base is getting worse without you. We need you. What were you doing here? All right, we don't really need you. You were doing nothing. I mean, you're a vital member of this colony. We need you to sweep. Requote 514 in the granny voice. Wait, what's quote 514? All right. I'm not gonna pre-read it, but I see it on there. I remember one Christmas morning. I got up early. We went to my granny's house. Gave her a hug. She looked me in the eyes and she said,
"You're not a real man unless you have a big truck. Oh, you have a Ford Focus. You might as well be castrated."
I was like, Granny, I'm 8 years old. I don't even know what a Ford Focus is. I didn't know which quote was coming. Treats from Granny. Wow, Granny. Wow. Merry Christmas. You be done. I need to clip that. It'll be the first clip that I put up on YouTube. Granny, what's a castrated? When a man loves a... Wait, no, that's not right. Maybe. Granny, no. Drive a Focus? So do I. That's what's funny when I said that quote. I drive a Ford Focus. I might as well be castrated. Whoa. Whoa. You're overcooking. I know why, too. Reported. Drum nothing. Irrational. Should probably put a door there instead. Done. I drive all my relationships into the ground. Finally made it down here, by the way. Man, I wish Whoops had a spine. Oh, I didn't even check the exotic goods dealer when they were here if they had a spine or not. What games are you buying, Ashen? Lost your angry tally run to a bad time cold snap. You were already up to researching the ship. Ow. Friendly Shammer. Oh, Shammer sure would say friendly one is irrational. It's true. Dead Cells, awesome game. Outward, I tried it. Seems pretty good. Don't know exactly though. Knockout City, no idea what it is. Is that a side-scrolling beat 'em up? Side-scrolling beat 'em up game? In the vein of that's a dodgeball game? Okay, never mind. I enjoyed Outward. Yeah, I just haven't had time to get into it. It was really... I played it for like an hour, and I really enjoyed that hour, but I just haven't get back. It's like Fortnite dodgeball. Old timer, we've got to go. Is he actually gonna make it off the map? This is kind of crazy. Their leader is so slow. Oh no. They're eating they've already eaten all the food they brought with them. They're eating our raw rice before they leave. Play through some time? Yeah, I did too. Yeah. Whoa. Nice. I have actually not had this happen before. I've had it happen where they can't get off the map, like, you know, I've had people starve to death because getting off the map, but not quite this exact setup. Make food. Like match the game. Just exploring in general. I didn't really get to do like the questing and stuff because I really wanted to get an idea of what the world and stuff was like, see if I want to play it. But just going out and exploring was really fun. Like, you don't have to do the quests. Well, I mean, maybe eventually, but heard about if that did actually affect your character. 5 desperate refugees at 2. Man, you guys are lucky. I gotta tell you, these guys super lucky, because some of you might remember that when there is a cluster up like that we can't take care of, and I get one of these quests, I usually accept this. I just kamikaze all of them onto it, because if they die, we don't get any mood loss or anything. So we just have them go in and just melee the turrets and try to blow it up as fast as they can, and they all die in the explosion. Sometimes their corpses don't even remain. I'm gonna hold on to this quest in case we need them for that. We could actually use them to take this out, but again, I think I'm gonna leave this here, maybe indefinitely, because there is a limit of 100 tiles that this can kill. So it's only killing to here, just the very corner of that rice. It's really not impacting us. The only real downside is it killed the animatree over here, but it might be a blessing in disguise, because I wonder if the animatree will actually be more likely to spawn outside of its radius. Maybe not. But anyway, one of these could fall closer to us and be a much harder thing to take out. So I think I'm just going to leave it. But anyway, we're going to keep that quest in the bag. If we have another cluster or something fall, we'll grab them, use them as meat shields. Really hooked you into it? World never clicked with you? Noita is great. It's tough, but great. How much is Noita on the sell, by the way? I think it's on my wish list, but I haven't checked. I'm really thinking about getting a few fighting games. I know I talked about it yesterday on the stream, but for anyone that hasn't been here while I've talked about it before, I used to play fighting games a lot. Not like competitively like I did with Brood War and stuff like that. It's only 11 bucks. I didn't play it competitively like Brood War, StarCraft 2 or whatever, but I did play it a lot. It's one of probably the genres I played the most for a long time. And I haven't really played any fighting games since I started streaming full time. So I'm sure I'd be terrible at fighting games now, but I really have that itch to try one out. So Killer Instinct's only like $9. $9 on Steam during the sale. Mortal Kombat 11 Ultimate, so Mortal Kombat, its expansion and all the character passes is only like $29. I'm really tempted to buy some of those fighting games. I just don't know. Dragon Ball FighterZ, I got that in a bundle, yeah. I haven't tried it yet either. The Last Spell. Never played a fighting game? I used to play them a lot. But it's been a long time. I never liked Tekken, yeah. Last time we had a conversation about fighting games, we were talking about that. I don't know why. I just never could get into Tekken. I just never liked it. Also, Soul Calibur. Tekken and Soul Calibur just never really clicked with me very much. I don't know why. I know there are like huge communities around both of those, big fandom, especially Tekken. It being one of those old school original. But Killer Instinct I played so much on the Super Nintendo. I didn't really play Killer Instinct Gold very much, but I really like Killer Instinct. And I played Mortal Kombat a crap load. They're gonna see them come through that door. Who can repair? Vampiro? I think we're fine. I think we got it done just in time. You guys good? Whoops. Alright, I think we're okay. How many are the Manhunters? What's Alpaca? I think it was like 9 or 10. Tekken is an arcade series. If you want to play Tekken, you go to arcade. Yeah, I can see that. Hey, the baby elephant was born. Look at him. Nice. I didn't even see the notification. He's so small for an elephant. Oh my god, we actually bred an elephant. Soul Calibur's GM. Yeah, my wife really likes Soul Calibur. I just never got into it. I don't know. Okay, in trouble, and you're like 6 by bringing Tekken over to play. I remember I had an uncle that he didn't know anything about the games or anything like that. But anyway, my grandfather actually bought me a Sega Genesis one year, and my uncle was gonna buy me a game for Sega, and I had him buy me Mortal Kombat. I was like 8 maybe. I had him buy me Mortal Kombat. They and my mom didn't know anything about it. Didn't know anything about the game. They just bought it. Video games for kids, whatever. I bought that game for me, Mortal Kombat, and then I was playing it in my grandmother's living room, and I learned how to do Liu Kang's Dragon Fatality, and I called my mom, my uncle, and everyone in there. I was like, well, check this out. Look what and I did the Dragon Fatality, and it bites them in half, and blood goes everywhere. And they were like, what in the world? I was like, what did you buy him? And they were like, they were wanting to take the game back, and I begged them. I was like, no. So I begged them to keep it. They let me keep Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat Family Story is always the best. They ended up letting me keep it, but it's funny. Their first introduction to me to Mortal Kombat, not knowing what it was this 8-year-old showing them a fatality. Before that, I played Street Fighter a whole lot too, but yeah, it's crazy. Remember when your dad gave you The Sims? Going Splash. What do you expect? Well, I mean, it was really different back then. They knew nothing about video games at all, really. My mom only really knew about Mario. That's the only thing that she'd really seen very much of, and so video games are like playable cartoon games for kids, right? So they didn't really think about anything about it. Just grabbed it. Trying to change Sega. MK clone. What fighting game did I get the best at? Smash Brothers. Aside from Smash Brothers, probably Mortal Kombat 3. And then the next one after that would, well, I don't know. Killer Instinct and Mortal Kombat, maybe about the same. If you don't count Smash Brothers, probably Killer Instinct was the one I got best at. Mortal Kombat 3, and then after that, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Your mom pretty much only knows Mario, for example, still. You're a small kid, you started burning Sims and drowning them. No. Come see me drown this person. Ugh. How long until this ABASIA person's up? I might actually keep him. 21 hours, wow. It's like, bought you copies. You're an avid gamer. Because it's so big on it. It's waiting for like a Soul Calibur. Look, Dad, they drown if there's no stairs. Just wait until you see my basement goblin. What? Basement goblin? Restorative parents. Go away, dear. Yanni. Oh, Yanni's up. Nice. Nice. Researching again. All right. Let's smelt these. Ambrosia binge. Oh, he's gonna have double catharsis. Look at that. How much ambrosia do we have? Like, can you actually binge enough that it matters? Not really. Man, Yanni's been laying there forever. Should probably go ahead and set this ABASIA thing up. I think I will keep him though. Yeah, let's do that. New animatry grew here. I got a bad feeling it's gonna grow near the ship and it's just gonna die again. I probably shouldn't say that out loud, given the history, you know. But that's what I feel. I feel that in my heart. Oh, there it is. Look at that. It's in the ring. It's dead. There's a -6 for 6 days again. It almost grew back exactly where it had died. Hey, it's free muffalo meat. How's our elephant doing? We really need that thing tamed. So days wakes up. Just wants to do drugs. Double catharsis when he comes out of this. It's been a while since I saw that. You were saying? Yeah. Also, while doing some YouTube research, because YouTube's been growing for me quite a bit, and I had that day dedicated to it. A lot of these sites were like, you need to put short clips in the right aspect ratio up on TikTok. And I was like, TikTok? Oh no, no, never. And actually uploaded a clip on there yesterday. And the clip is actually of RimWorld's doing exactly what I don't want it to right after I say it. So I'm going to start uploading clips like that. So if you guys have awesome clips of the stream, funny clips like that, I know Pilot Wash is one, for instance, that clips a lot and posts it in the Discord. Yeah, take clips of the stream. It helps out. I can put them on YouTube. I can put them on other social media like TikTok or Twitter. And I always watch them after stream. If you post in the Discord, I go through. I usually watch them with my wife. Show her all the clips that people have posted. So it does help. The smelter is roofed yet. It is. So no more events in the smelter. All right, let you do that one, then you can eat. Yeah, we gotta get that elephant team though. Is it almost done? It's when yeah, it's almost tamed to the fight. Actually, I have a question. If you don't mind, the wife suggested that you try to do part-time streaming since we're of your off time, work, family, and play NPC anyway. I have a suggestion, programs to use, start out, not really planning to try and make a living, just, oh yeah, okay. OBS. My suggestion is OBS. It's free. It's open source, but there are different versions of OBS. I highly recommend that you just go with OBS Studio. OBS Studio is the baseline. That's what the other ones build off of. It is all you need to stream and record on any platform that you want to do so. The other ones, like Streamlabs OBS or Stream Elements OBS, are good. There are other ones as well. However, they have a lot of bloat in there that you probably don't need, never will use, stuff like that. So my suggestion, Irish, is look at OBS Studio. It's pretty straightforward to set up as well. And then you don't need a bot either. You can set some automated moderation rules on YouTube, or excuse me, on, well, YouTube if you stream there, but Twitch itself, so that if people say certain things or they can't post links or whatever. But if you want more control over it, I also do suggest grabbing a bot. You can either get a bot that runs off your computer, like I use, through Streamlabs, or there's lots of them. I use Streamlabs, used to be Onkbot, really liked Onkbot, Streamlabs bought them out. Or you can use one that's web-based, like Stream Elements bot. That way it's always there, even when your computer is off or rebooting or whatnot. But as far as streaming in general, OBS Studio is my advice, Irish. And for a bot, Streamlabs on your side, or running from your computer, or Stream Elements not running from it. For overlays and stuff like that, I prefer, and alerts if you want to do that kind of stuff, I prefer Stream Elements. A lot of people use Streamlabs. Those are kind of the two big contenders. They're both free. So, sorry for the late response to that. Hopefully you're still there while I was answering, but we need another Hail Mary. It's friggin' deer is still here. I'm just gonna let that animatree, like I can stop it. I was gonna say, I'm gonna let that animatree just go, but. Saw there are many different types, a lot of bloat. So you're like sound, yeah. So OBS Studio. And then if you find that you need more of that, OBS Studio, you can just get them as individual plugins going into OBS Studio. So if you're like, all right, you know what? I want to do some fancy stuff with sound. Maybe that's just something I want to play with. Add the plugin, you know. Upload the Granny 514. If someone clipped it, I'll do it.
Our community grows.
Yeah, if you don't already have better Twitch TV, BTV, that helps as well. Ducks. I don't know if that's how you pronounce your name, but I appreciate the follow. XSplit. So XSplit is a pay, unless they've changed it. XSplit, you pay for a subscription, and I found that I've used both, and I found OBS better anyway. Do I still have the RimWorld Amazon run? Nope. That was from like 3 years ago, before I had the foresight to save those VODs and didn't realize that Twitch just deleted them after 30 days at that point. There were clips from it, but the run is gone. We were actually talking about doing a new one, BABASIA, because of that. Use OBS Studio and Streamlabs OBS. Set up for Studio. Yeah. Highly recommend OBS Studio. Twitch has their own streaming software now too. I think it might still be in beta. Awful barracks. Why is the barracks awful right now? Is it just dirty? Very dirty. And the beauty has gone down because of the crap we have in here. All right. All right, let's clear all. We'll let there be meals, medicine, gold, jade, silver. I think that'll be it. I think that'll be good enough. So our barracks was giving us a +1. Now it's no, it's not. I'll put the animal or the elephant back out to animals. That'll help us a little bit as well. Okay, I didn't think that impacted beauty. I wasn't sure. All right, we can also get this out of the middle of the floor. Have to smooth some of that wall to run it along here instead. Might be worth though, because that's lowering the beauty as well. Is that overhead mountain? If not, we can make this a little bit bigger. It's not overhead mountain. Okay. Add to fresh windows install along with VLC, Notepad++. Yeah. I mean, OBS Studio is good just even if you don't want to stream, just to record anything. Screen capture, it's really good. Live split, speedrunner, yeah. Show you your stats, awesome chair. You are a aesthetic brawler. You're pretty, and you're good at crafting and fighting people. This friggin' deer are still here. Okay, Yanni. You're already on priority clean. Right. How many people have died now? Just 27. We've only lost 27 people in this run. So more than our last 4 challenge runs combined, just in this one save file. It's fine though. Don't worry about it. We're doing fantastic now. Mech cluster's gone. We got this. Yeah, we lost just a few people. Just a few handfuls of people. A mad hare. I do not want that to take out traps. Traps are kind of a premium at the moment. Just get an infection from this and die. Excuse me, there's meat here. Rabbit, eat us. Thanks. ABASIA, do you okay with VR streaming? Stitching? Yeah, you can absolutely stream VR using that to capture, yeah. What are we waiting on to progress? We're waiting on more people in order to take out the EMI and research. Yep, that's it. We just now got back to where we can actually research, so. We have an EMI device at this base. I want this to be the primary base eventually, but we gotta wait for the EMI. The EMI is guarded by like 5 pirates and some raiders. Once this base gets to the point where we can actually just drop pod over to it, or this one, whichever. Lost the game. Sucks, man. How many hours in were you? I mean, you're already researching the ship. Negative 75 Celsius. I get soda still? You already opened it, huh? Thanks. What? What? Alright, I got my lunch. Dark side of moon tints. Negative 75 Celsius, man. Screen? Yeah, and you can absolutely do that through OBS as your capture device, yeah. Yeah, you can't smelt them. I would need a machining table. So 18 hours in, that sucks. Yeah, I mean there's a lot of people that stream VR games without the 2 eyes, like where you have to be VR too. So I'm sure there's guides out there specifically on how to do it if you need. Oh, ABASIA is up. Nice. All right. ABASIA, you are barred. It's been 40 days. All right. There we go. Look at that. How long were they down? 40 days. She's trying to record Sandbox Builders that game. Yeah. They were just laying there as a vegetable for 40 days. It's fun. Whoops has been there even longer. Well, that's not true. No, almost though. All right, the deer are almost done. I think they're pathing off the map, so we want to open this back up now. I might just leave the elephants inside here. Like, we're growing extra food, it's fine. How long till bionic spine? Very, very long time. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen unless we buy it. Buy it or find it. What? That person was still here? Or is that a visitor? No, they were still here. It's so crazy. So crazy. No, never mind. That's the one we saved. That's the one that fell on our base. My bad. I was looking at the wrong one. Is this winning? No. This is just surviving. And it's barely that. It's barely that. Is this what winning looks like? No. Okay. So. I should probably get a comms console going here. Probably. Everyone loses it. So I haven't lost in a long time. So this is a challenge. But that's partially true, at least. Are you not entertained? Probably not. That's a chewy protein bar. It's good enough. We need 2 advanced components for the fabrication bench. We can't make advanced components unless we have it, so we need to work on buying 2 of those. In the meantime, we could go ahead and make the machining table. That would at least allow us to get shield belts, especially on our little our front liners there. It's not going to help against scythers or anything like that. It does up our wealth a little bit, but we could at least get 3 shield belts for the ones that are in the front. And when we need to go take care of, like, grabbing a corpse or something when there's a mech cluster. We could also actually get the smithy, make some better weapons, even just make plate armor. We don't have a lot of steel or components left on this map that are easily accessible without, like, strip mining. Don't have anyone that's good at mining. So the amount of steel and stuff that we're going to be getting is going to be pretty limited on this map. So the other option is we could first use an advanced component on the ground penetrating scanner, start deep mining. Unfortunately, though, on a mountain map like this, a lot of times it will scan inside the mountain, and we wouldn't be able to really get it with deep drill anyway. So I want to make that stuff with this colony. However, the problem is this colony is still being hit with that EMI device. So what is the best thing to do here while we buckle down and get the research done? First off, I think we will replace this over here with Devil Strand. I'm thinking machining table probably. That's what we should do. The machining table will also allow us to get more back from those mechs. So we have mechs that we kill, even if just barely. We can then deconstruct them to the machining table rather than smash them at a crafting spot. So that could be a good thing to grab. Shove it back in here somewhere, although it is going to cause a bit of filth. Or even back here. We're not going to be using it a whole ton. Yeah, I think that's what we should make next. We also need to get chem fuel production going again so that we can always send off transport pods. We got to make sure that that other person gets allied with us, or at least neutrals. They will send traders rather than pirate raiders. Are there boomalopes on this map right now? Boom rats, no boomalopes. We are making a lot of price though. We could just, now that we have power back, we can make a chem fuel plant. Oh, we already have it. I forgot I shoved it back in here, but the power's been off for so long, kind of forgot. So, I guess we're fine. Yeah, alright, let's get this, and please get some shield belts going. Let's go, Mitt, welcome in. Let me eat more of my lunch. New colony? Do you mean the, like, the current new colony, the second one, or do you mean, like, actually try to get a third colony going? Because that seems insane. You don't want your protein bar to be chewed on? A fourth one for a backup of the backup. That seems absolutely crazy. Maybe we'll do it. Let's get this brought in. 5 colonies, no pause. Yeah. What was it? Major break on Raider. Oh, didn't you just come out of, yeah, you have Catharsis. Look at that, Catharsis times 2 plus 70 mood. Yanni now have the time of their life. So there's the end of where that reaches, I guess. Song's so peaceful. It reminds me of Stardew Valley a lot. Let's go ahead. Summertime in Stardew Valley. Just sitting out here fishing, having a good old time. Whoa. We're finally back to shield belts. Crazy. Well, Randy's calmed down a little bit. True viability. Melee hasn't reached him. The crazy thing is we had shield belts back here. Combat supply.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Thanks. Keep that in mind. shield belts will help again for sure. So I'm using essentially a cave. It's a pretty cave. Look at the flowers. But look at them. No.
Welcome to the queue.
Did I get that? I did, thank you. Alrighty. Let's see what you guys got. Weapon dealer, huh? It's been a while. If only. Buy your medicine. Do unharvested plants count towards wealth? Not that I know of. Don't believe so. How are we doing here? 14 grass, all right. Keep it coming. Living the life over here. Did our baby elephant grow up a little bit? No, look at him, there he is. What a great elephant. You get, oh, she's pregnant again. No, the other one's pregnant. Bill Bezos is pregnant. So that's that, gonna try and take a nap. Alrighty. Good luck. Reducing food, just not harvesting it, so you can have a bunch of corn on demand. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I mean, eventually it will die, but I mean, I don't know what the timing is. Bezos is Pregos. That's right. Let's go to Smano win. What's my favorite story-focused game? Like modern games in general, I like the newest God of War. That one's really good. Newest God of War is one of my favorite games maybe ever. Has really good combat, really good world, really good story. A lot of fun. So that's got to be up there. Of all time, I'm not sure what I would say is. But in recent years, probably the newest God of War. RimWorld, this is the turbulent story of Tiberius. I actually liked Hellblade a lot too. Hellblade, such an awesome game. If you haven't played it, it's not super long, maybe like 15, 20 hours, something like that. If you haven't played Hellblade, go in completely blindly. Like, don't even read the description of the game. Just go in and play Hellblade. Make sure you have really good sound, wear a headset, whatever. Hellblade is really good. I'm worried that the second one's not gonna be as good because of the trailer being really weird. But Hellblade's also a really good one that I liked a lot in recent years. Observer was really good. Yeah, that's how I played Hellblade on stream. If you don't want to play it and you'd like to watch a blind playthrough, it is on the main headset for sure on Hellblade, yeah. 100% agree. Anyway, if you would rather watch through Hellblade rather than play it, I have a full playthrough of Hellblade up on the main YouTube channel. But back of box spoilers, yeah. Try to play Hellblade as blindly as you can. It's a really good game. It's oftentimes very cheap too in bundles and things. It's probably on sale right now during the Steam sale. Highly recommend. Really good story. I won't tell you why I'm worried about the second game because it might, yeah, it would absolutely spoil some of the first game. Talks Fallout and a siege right now with melee only. Well, with a siege, what we've done in the past is we have used an animal pulsar, but we don't have one. We don't have animal pulsar. We no longer have neuroquake. We don't have berserk or berserk pulse. So at the moment, if a big siege hit the space, we would just lose it. Pretty much. There's nothing really we can do against a big siege right now. drop pod boomalopes. Do that. We don't have any boomalopes left though. We use them to burn the corpses up here during all the turbulent days of the EMI. Yeah, we actually haven't had a siege on this map. I should not say that, but on the first colony, we actually had 2 sieges, and we were able to take care of them. One with an animal pulsar, and the second one with friendlies. But it's another reason why I'm thinking we need to get the comms console up next. I was just talking about that a little bit ago, so that we can call in allies if that happens. We need to make more allies. So I think that's the real thing we need to do with this colony, is just get people allied and be able to call them in. It's kind of our only out at the moment. Yeah, I'm okay throwing this. We're not gonna be using this a whole ton. We'll just throw it back here. So we'll need to mine some steel for that, which means we'll need to fill this in afterwards. There is some steel up here that we could still go get. How much is it? 79? Yeah, probably not worth. Mining this might not be that dangerous, actually. We don't have any really good miners though, so no problem. Let's see, flesh. Let's put you on mining for a little bit, flesh. Are there any current pawns that remember the first 5 tribals? I don't think so. Raider remembers Jamie. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's the only lasting connection at all. Raider remembers Jamie. Yeah, that's it. The original 5 are long gone, dead long ago. And the only connection back to the first map at all on the save file is Raider. Yeah, that's it. $200 yaks will save anyone. It only is when your allies come to help you, you won't lose rep from the crossfire. That's true too. We don't even have a kill tunnel for them to screw up. Alright. So Flesh will go on mining. It's gonna be his priority now. So you should head off to do that. I'm gonna extend this room first. That's fine. That'll increase your skill too, actually. That might be a good idea. There's a red mountain, so we don't want to go any further than that. Oh, that's right. Man, we've had that herbal medicine that just expired, or just rotted, deteriorated, for over 2 years without using it. It's crazy. Remember back when we had people die because we had no medicine? Not anymore. It's been 2 years since we were out of medicine. It's been that long. Jesus. Get that mining skill up. Visitors. Flash person. How close are you to 6? That's a passionate too. He's really close to 6 already. Alright, that's construction, my bad. My bad. Oh no, it's the same. It wasn't going up, but I was hovering over the wrong one. So he isn't as close to 6 as I thought. Let's go to Azure, doing alright. Had bad luck with Friendly Empire with charge lances. Man, on our 20-year challenge run up on YouTube, crazy game. We almost had Friendly Tribals lose us the game. We had a raid coming that we could take care of easily in our kill area. Tribals came to help us, and it was like 140 allied tribals came to help us. They come through the back of the base, open all the doors and the maze, kill tunnel, all this against the enemy. They end up getting caught on fire. They panic, run around. They set the animal area, the barn area, and some plants, and the corpse freezer. We had a freezer for corpses. That's what we were feeding our dog army. They set all that on fire, opened back doors into our base. They probably killed like 2 mechs, and then they gave up and started to leave because they were dying, and we had to come in and kill all the mechs and whatnot that were just spread randomly throughout this. It's like, oh my god, wow, thank you for the help. Like, so in most playthroughs now, what I like to do is I like to ally these two, and I like to just leave all the tribals hostile, so we don't get any tribal helpers. And also, tribal raids are usually a lot easier to deal with than pirates, so it gives you a higher chance of getting tribals than pirates on the roll. But you remember that? It was a complete clown show. Oh my god, it's so bad. A lot of times the helpers are just, at least on this difficulty, I wonder, it doesn't feel like the allies scale as like raids do. I don't know. I don't know what determines. And then during the 500% Cassandra win that we just did recently, I had allies show up to a dug too deep infestation. Never had that happen. It's a late game. Dug too deep infestations don't really scale. We had a dug too deep infestation of like 8 bugs, and suddenly our allies come in with guns. Like, it was like 40 people with guns come in to help us with the dug too deep infestation. It's like, no, we got this. We're helping. I'll do a hostile with everyone. Oh. We're here to save the day. Thanks. Speaking of previous runs on YouTube, we have all kinds of crazy challenge runs of RimWorld up on YouTube. 500% no pause for all of them. We have a tiny map where we did an entire playthrough of a 50 by 50 map, so about this size, including the ship launch. 20-year no pause Randy with quality of life mods. 500% no pause Cassandra with no mods aside from no pause. RimWorld guides, all that kind of stuff. Anyway, I need to split this recording for YouTube, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. It's not gonna do anything to the stream, but I'm gonna split this here.